I see a lot of confusion among the youth. They just want to do data analytics, but they don't really know what that means and what they have to do in order to, learn about that. So first things first, I'd like to really, explain you to the core what this means, what data analytics means, and what is it like working in this field. So as you can see, there are a lot of words around this topic. We can see data science, analytics. So, I mean, you will hear a lot of definitions around this topic, but really to its core, what data analytics is nothing but converting raw data into useful insights. So to its core, it's just this, nothing else. I mean, people have given fancy definitions to this topic, but to its real core, what data analytics means is it's just converting the raw data, the very raw data, into useful insights that can be used by companies to make decisions on sales, finance, manufacturing, and virtually all of the fields that you can imagine. So, I would like you to keep this in mind going forward. And one of the myths that I have heard about data analytics is you need to learn programming in order to learn data analytics. That is absolute hoax. That is not true at all. You don't need programming language in order to do data analytics. Okay. And it's not that you need to learn Python or you need to learn Java or anything like that. Those are just platforms to help you convert raw data to insights. That can be done virtually in any form or any tool. I mean, Power BI is also a platform. It's not data analytics. Python is a platform. It's not data analytics. So really, these are just the tools that help us, derive insights from the data. So I would say even the basic of the tools that everyone has heard about, Excel. Excel is a great tool for data analysis where you don't need any programming, right? So just clear out this myth that you need to learn a specific platform to do that. You can do that in any virtual form. Anything that involves converting the raw data into insights, that is data analytics in its core form. Okay. Um, Moving forward, why Power BI? So we have n number of tools and platforms people use for data analytics and specifically business intelligence. Business intelligence is also a part of data analytics, I would say, but it is more towards the visual form. I mean, a visual way of demonstrating the data to the company. So that's there. There are a lot of tools available in the market that people use, to use their data and derive some insights. But as you can see, among all of these companies and all of these platforms, uh, we have basically divided this into four quadrants. Basically, challengers, leaders, visionaries, niche players, and sorry. Okay. I would request everyone to just mute your mic so that there's no disturbance in the workshop. Okay. So repeating my point, we have two axes over here: ability to execute and completeness of vision. So as per that, this is just a scatter plot, and you can see that Microsoft stands right at the top with respect to these two axes. It's rightmost thing and the topmost thing. And this quadrant right here is full of leaders. So we have Tableau. I am sure everyone has heard about Tableau. Microsoft, of course, it's Power BI. We have ClickView through Spot, a lot of companies, but the market leader is really Microsoft Power BI. And there are a few reasons for that. Uh, I mean, the most important thing is rich and seamless integration across various platforms. I mean, any data that is virtually, available in the market, it has integration to that. Any data that you can think of, Power BI can connect to that a particular database. So it has a lot of integration with a lot of platforms. Secondly, it has large online community and support. Uh, I mean, many other platforms also has this community, but the community that Power BI has is very expanded, over the website, and uh, a lot of people, experts are really there to help you out in your beginning phase of your journey. So very large community and very supportive. Cost-wise, I would say it also benefits because many of these platforms here are paid versions. And to learn Power BI is really easy because, first of all, the demo version of it comes free of cost. So virtually any single person can learn Power BI without any extra efforts or any extra money from their end. Easy to use, intuitive UI. So as I go through the workshop, you will realize that how easy it is to get from raw data to useful insights that provide high value. I mean, tremendous impact on the business. I mean, it's really, really, really very essential to understand this. Although the use of it, and it's very intuitive and very easy, but at the end, the impact that it is creating on companies, it's tremendous. So, on the graph of ease of use and then the impact, it ranks really high. So, really good point there. And constant innovation and updates. As I told you, Power BI regularly, gets updated from Microsoft. Some good updates every month or every year. Uh, and, we get new and new features, new and new visuals every now and then. So the updates are really good from the Power BI community. So all of these points really makes for Microsoft Power BI really a leader in this space. Moving forward, this is just the agenda for today. We'll be covering all of these topics. Some of it is theoretical, and some of it is practical, hands-on. Um, I'll be starting with the theory part first, so that you have enough knowledge to understand the terms, and later on we will be moving forward to the integration and implementation of things, where you will be performing the things yourself at your end. Okay. As I made my point about integration, so first point that we come is data sources. So, as I told you, virtually every single platform and every single database that we can imagine, Power BI is able to, import that into its database, and you can perform operations on that. So, really rich integration. We have Excel, Azure, SQL database access, a lot of things. I mean, these are just the top ones, but any data that you can imagine, Power BI is able to connect to that. Moving forward, uh, this is what the screen look like when you actually open Power BI. And I hope everyone has actually opened the Power BI at your end, and more specifically the file that I sent you, so that it's really easy for you to go through the things that I'm explaining, and really easy for you to understand the things as I am going through. So just some small things here. We have report view, data view, relationship view over here, some tabs. Uh, Transform data, that is Power Query, really important feature, high impact feature. I'll be getting really deep into this moving forward. But as of now, you just need to know where that lies. We have filter pane over here, format pane, some visuals, charts and graphs, and the fields pane finally. So let me actually get to that file and interactively show you what I mean. So we have the panes here, three type of views: report view, then we have data view. You can individually click, go through things as I'm doing this. This is data view, relationship view. I'm sure you will not be able to see this as of now, but I'll help you go through this as we move forward. All of this view, we have tabs, transform data, and this is the field view. All of the data coming from the Excel sheets that we have imported are here. So as you can see, some of the data lies here. We also have some calculated columns and measures. Those are some of the terms that we use for creating additional calculations moving forward. Because from the Excel we just get limited data, right? We need to perform some operations in order to get the terms that we really need. So I'll be explaining that in detail later on, but this is all you need to know as of now. So that's there. This is the visual pane. Uh, the visuals field over here, and then finally this is the format pane. I really want you to understand this term so that moving forward, as I tell you to go to the format pane, you immediately know that this is the format pane that I'm talking about. So keep that in mind moving forward. Okay. Moving to the data types that we have in Power BI. So as you might have used any of the programming language that you have, every single programming language or platform has data types associated with it. Obviously, we are working with data, right? So obviously there will be data types. So as you can see, these are host of data types that we have: whole number, decimal number, pretty self-explanatory. Date, time, date, text, true, false, binary. So all of this are just data types to really differentiate between what kind of data we have. So we can see a date over here. So that's just the date time type. Then we have text over here, and similarly we can differentiate between different types of data types. That's that. Uh, Moving forward, as I told you, that Power Query is one of the most important features in Power BI. So I'll be really getting into this practically as we move forward. So as you can see, this is the screen that we have. We have the list of tables over here. We have the applied steps section over here and the data pane. Let me actually go to Power BI screen and show you what I mean. And I want you to follow this at your own end as well so that you really understand what I mean. So this is the screen that you are looking at, right? I want you to click on transform data over here. Just one click and it will take you to one another page that is Power Query Editor. I'm sure if you have completed all the prerequisites from my end, you will be seeing a similar screen as this on your end as well. So these are all the Excel sheets that you imported. We mentioned this as tables. This data view. So we have data regarding each table. You can toggle through each and every table to really see what data we have. This is the formula bar, and these are some of the operations that we can do. I'll be getting into that, as we move forward. Uh, this right here is one of the most important features in Power BI. This is applied step section. So any operation that you do in Power BI, in Power Query Editor specifically, will be recorded as a step in this. So if I, take it to the simplest of definition, it's just a recording of things that we are doing. So every single step that I take in order to, process this data will be recorded as a part of, the entire file. And every single time when we actually open this file, Power BI will be importing that data and, recording the steps and doing the exact step, taking from the raw data and, converting that manipulations and finally giving us the end output that we have right here. So I'll quickly go through some of the features, very important features that Power Query gives us. So moving forward with that, uh, just a quick shout out, just a quick question that I have. Is everybody following me so far? I need some volunteers to tell me it's yes or no.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
great. This is a response that I'm expecting. Okay, moving forward, I need the same response so that I know I have an engaging audience and no one is sleeping. So
Yes, sleeping, sir.
great. Okay. So I'll be going through each and every single features, very really important features that are used in manipulation. So obviously, I have done some pre-processing on my end because this takes a lot of time and out of the scope of the workshop. But I'll show you the important features that I used in order to, reach that level. So uh, moving forward, the most important thing that I, want you to know is we have this three tabs over here: home, transform, and add column, that holds very high value with respect to things that I'm going to show. So as of now, we are in the home tab, right? Uh, let's say the very first feature that I would like to introduce you to is, you know, uh, this right here. So applied steps, as you can see, if I click on the source here, it will take me to the very first step that I took. So this was the file, this was how the file was looking when I actually imported the data. So as you can see, some of the steps are already taken by Power BI automatically. When you actually import the data, I'll show you that the source promoted headers. Promoted headers is one of the features that Power BI automatically does. So when the data is actually imported, it's in this form. So we have column one, column two, column three, and on the very first row, if the columns are situated on the very first row, what Power BI does is automatically recognize that this is the column field, and I must promote that. So this is automatically done by Power BI. And change type, the data types of various fields are automatically recognized by Power BI by its own intelligence. So as you can see, these are just the numbers, decimal numbers. So it automatically recognizes this as decimal. We can see these are just the text. So these are converted to text. So this is one of the important things that Power BI does for us as we input the data. Moving forward, as we speak about the home tab, one of the most important feature here is replace values. So I'll tell you what I mean by that. Um, if I just come to customer lookup and come over here, gender, I don't want you to actually do these steps on your own, but you can really understand what I'm doing, and later on in your free time, leisure time, you can follow this. So one important thing, if you want to follow this, you can do that in your own pace, but just saying that you really need to look at what I'm doing, and then later on in your free time you can try that out. So the very first thing, replace values, right? So as I'm here in the gender column that we have, so I see that it's formatted as M and F. I would really want me to convert this into male and female. So as we are here right now, I'll click on this place values, selecting this column. So I have this options here. So value to find, right? So I want to find M, and wherever I have M, I'll just say replace that with male, and that's it. If once I just click on OK, that will convert M to male. Similarly, if you want to try that out, you can again click on this column, replace values. This time I will go with F and replace that with female and click OK. As easy as that. Really easy to do. I mean, if this was any other programming language, I'm sure you know the headaches of doing this simplest of things. So as you can see over here, we did two steps, right? After we started the discussion. So we are here right at this step. If you actually click on that step, it will take you to that particular step. And then later on, I took one step, replaced a value male, and then another step, replaced value female. So this is kind of an history as well if you want to know what are the steps that you took in order to clean this data, you can, immediately come to any of the step and actually find out what you did in that particular step. So really useful, high impact feature over here. Okay. Moving forward, what we have here is we can go to the transform tab here, and I'll quickly go through each of the features here. Really high impact features, I would say. Okay. Um, so what I want you to see is extract. So extract is one of the most important features when it comes to data cleaning. Okay. Um, I will give you specific example where it is really useful, to see. So as you can see in the product lookup table, we have product SKUs column, right? So this column is actually formatted in a single way where it is we have product SKU. One is some kind of code, and in between we have alphanumeric code, and then finally some kind of letter. But what I really want in this data is I just want U509. That's it. Nothing else. I'm just concerned about this. So this is one particular scenario where I actually want to do this. There are two ways to do this, and I really want you to understand what I'm doing over here. This is really important, moving forward. So as I told you that we have various tabs over here. We have transform tab and our add column tab. So there is a very thin line of difference between these two. Both of them have the same features almost, but those work in a very different way. So understand this. Let's say I really don't want HL and R. I mean, I just want the middle part of this. I just don't want to show this. In that case, I'll be doing the operations from the transform tab. But just in case, if I want to, have this information in a separate column and also preserve this column at the same time, I'll be using add column in order to do the same thing. So as you can see, we have extract here as well in the transform tab and in the add column tab as well, extract. So in this particular case, let's say I just want to, get the middle one, and I don't really care about the other features. So what I'll do is come here, click on this column here, and then click on extract. And then we have a host of features that we can do. We can have first characters, last characters, range. Pretty self-explanatory, right? Text before delimiter, text after delimiter, and text between delimiters. So in this case, we want the middle one. So I'll be selecting text between delimiters. So the start delimiter is dash, and of course the end one is dash as well. So clicking here, and I'll just click OK. So see how easy it was to get to this output. So as I told you, transform tab does not preserve the original column, right? Now let's say I really wanted to preserve that old column and also wanted to, this in a separate column. I can do that, but as of now, I have lost the information, right? So what I'll do is, this is the error that I made, right? So what I'll do in this case is I'll just cross this. So as I click on this cross, that will immediately take me to the previous step. This is like undo in Power BI. So again, I'm back to the original screen that I had, right? This time, what I will do is go to add column here, do the same thing, but in the add column, text between delimiters. We have delimiters over here, start and end. Click OK. So we have preserved the original column here. And at the same time, when I come here, we have the middle one over here. I can name this anything as I like, a code, let's say. So this step is preserved here, the renaming and the inserting. So you know how detailed Power BI is with respect to every step that I take. So that is one of the important things that I want you to remember. One another example that I would like to show in this case is coming to customer lookup. As you can see, we have email addresses here, right? So in this case, I just want the username over here. I already know that it's from AdventureWorks. It's an email address, right? So let's say I want to preserve the email address and I also want the username in some another column. So what I'll do in this case is we are already in the add column type, right? I'll go to extract, but in this case, there is only one delimiter I am concerned about, and I just want the text before that particular delimiter. So what I'll do is I'll click on text before delimiter, right? Clicking here, it will take me to the screen. I'll type @ here and simply click OK. So that created one more step here. We have this, and I can simply rename this as username. We have this, so I'll just type this as username 2 for the time being, just for the demonstration purpose. So we have the username here. So as it is as easy as it looks, you can do this on your own. Very easy to do, not much, efforts to do this. So as of now, I just don't want this because I have already this. So I'll just cross this. I don't want the steps, right? I'll just cross it out. Next thing that I want you to know is one more feature that we have over here is if I come to home and you know I just look at all of this uh, queries over here. One thing is split column. The same thing it does, but it just without additional effort. You can directly click by delimiter and it will split it out on its own. So moving forward, uh, let's say I come to transform tab over here, and let me show you some other features that we have over here. Okay. One of the things that I want you to know is you can play around with the scientific values, standard calculations, statistics at your free time. Those are really self-explanatory. If you want to sum something, if you want to count something, you can do that at your own. Come into add column again. Okay. Let's say I want to, combine all of these columns as one. I want this prefix Mr. First name, last name. So before this, what we did is really split the column, but now I want to merge this. So I selected this, and then I'm in add column. I just want you to, really be aware of which particular tab you are in, because if I was in transform and I have clicked merge, it will, remove the original columns. But I don't want that. I want to preserve the original columns, and then I want to merge columns into a separate column. So I have clicked this and clicked on merge columns, and I'll just have a separator as space, and I'll really give a name over here. So I can say full name of customer, and then if I click on OK, it added one step over here. And if I go to the end, we have full name of customer here, as easy as it looks. Okay. So everybody following so far?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I heard some no from someone, so I
Yes, sir.
can repeat the same thing. So what is it that you didn't understand during the process? You can clear your doubts right away.
So the split one.
Split one, does the same thing as I showed you extract, but it's just a different feature. You can do same things, in Power BI via various functions. So this is just, one of the features that you can directly use, if you want to. But otherwise, there is also extract that does the same thing. So I just wanted to show you, many ways that can be, used to do the same operations.
Okay.
Any more doubts so far?
Sir,
Yes, go ahead. I think you have not unmuted your mic. I cannot hear your question. Okay, I don't hear anything. Um, so maybe just let's move on. So one more thing that I wanted to show you is one another way to do a similar thing. So we have a host of features over here, and one very important feature that we have here is conditional column. Now let's say in the marital status we have M and S. Now again, what I want is I want M as married and S as single. So I can come to conditional column over here. Now what that will do is uh, I can name this. I can name this as married status, and then I can select the column name. Column name is marital status. Pretty self-explanatory, right? Equals M. In that case, if if value is M, I want you to say it's married. I want one more clause over here, so I can add one. Else if again marital status equals F. If you find an F, I want you to replace that with uh no sorry, that was my mistake. S, and then you can do is type single. So single or married. So we have included all of the measures and conditional columns, and then all I have to do is okay. So we have
Bhaiya,
one more.
Bhaiya,
Sorry.
can you repeat how did you got that add column panel? Means from
Okay.
where did you got?
So you can come to add column here, and then we were here, right? Marital status. So what I wanted was give conditions so that it converts, so the Power BI converts that to, the way I want. So let me just cross this out and do the same step again. So I came to add column, click on conditional column. I can name this any way I want, marriage status. You're following so far,
Yes,
marital
yes,
status,
Bhaiya.
am, and then married. Add clause, again marital status equals S as single. That's it. Uh, I have mentioned all the conditions, and then I can just simply click on OK. That will create one more column telling that this is the marital status, and we have the full form over here.
Bhaiya, we could also have used the replace, find and replace
Yeah,
option.
yeah, that is one another way of doing things. So I just wanted to show you, we can do the same things in a different manner. And conditional column, really can be used for a host of other things. You can explore that out. You can also play around with the data that we have, let's say annual income, and you can use that in your own way. So let's say using the same example for conditional column again. So this time I'll be using annual income as my original thing. So let's say I'll just name this as status, and if I select annual income over here, if my annual income is greater than, let's say, 70,000, I will say he is a rich person. Let's say if the annual income is less than 70,000, I'll say he is poor. Just a simple example, okay? Clicking on OK, it will take me to this. rich, poor, right? So this is just another way of using conditional column to your own advantage. So far, so good. You are really understanding things that I am trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Um, so let's uh, demonstrate one another feature that we have here. Uh, let's come to transform. Let's see if we have covered everything. Okay, we have replaced values, data type, every single thing. One more thing that I want you to show is group by. Okay, this is one of the most important features as well. So just carefully see what I'm doing over here. Okay. Uh, let's say if I come to product lookup over here, and let's say what I want to do is get a count of how many product colors we have, how many products we have for red, how many products we have for black. Okay. So in that case, what I'll do is right click on product lookup. I'll simply duplicate this. So it will create one another table, similar looking to the original table. There is a reason why I did this. I'll explain you in the later section of this, so that you really understand why I repeated this and duplicated this. So I come to the duplicate section here, right? Uh, Now I can click on group by. Let's say I want to group on the basis of product color. And then finally, I'll just name it as color count. And it will just count the rows. And I click on OK. So I immediately have the summarization of all of the colors that I have and how many products that we have in red, black, white, and so on, right? So very easy way to do this. Now I want you to understand that we have all the colors here, right? But we also have NA. NA is nothing but not available. So these are kind of missing values over here, right? So now we know that all of the summary regarding the colors. Now, one thing I told you that I created a duplicate, right? The reason for that was what group by does is immediately
Sir,
converts. Sorry.
sir, yeah, so there's a query in the chat box that if you could repeat the step.
Okay, perfect. Let me just delete this again. Okay. I come on this table, AW product lookup. What I'll do is I'll right click on this, click on duplicate. So this will immediately duplicate the same table, right? Now I'll come to transform tab over here, and we have a feature called group by, right? So what I'll do is click on group by, and then what I want is group the data with respect to colors. So we do have product color over here, right? And I just want to count the number of colors that we have. So I'll just name this as color count. And then the operation is count rows, right? So once I select this, everything is okay. I'll click on OK. This will take me to the screen. So remember I told you transform, what transform does is it actually transform everything to our operation. So the reason I told you to duplicate this table is we lost the original table, right? When we transform this to group by. So that is the reason whenever you use group by, every time you want is duplicate this table and then use a group by functionality so that you get the summary here, and this is some another table that you can perform your operation on. So is it clear to you now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Uh, Now I want you to see is we have any over here, right? Not available. So let me come to product lookup. That is the original table that we have. Now I know that we have some missing values in the data. So if I come to product color, this is one another feature in Power BI. If I click on this arrow here, I'll be seeing a list of all of the colors that we have. Now, this is very similar to Excel, and I'm sure everyone has used Excel at one point of their life. So very similar to that, what I can do is there are a host of things that you can do, but what I really want to do is I just want to remove any from our data, right? Just removing this, unticking this, and clicking on OK. So what this will do is immediately remove the NAs from the product color. And over here, we can see it's an additional step that is filtered rows. So really important feature. I want you to remember this throughout the course so that whenever, if you want to deal with missing values, if let's say if you have some garbage values, you can really come here and filter that out. So really important feature. Everyone followed what I explained over here?
So bhaiya means
Yes,
after
sir.
filtering, if we do group by, then the NA will not come, right?
Yes, it won't come.
Okay, great.
Great. I'll just delete this table. This was just for demonstration purpose. But yeah, I just want you to understand this. Uh, and I'll just delete this step as of now because as of now we are working with the whole data. We just don't want to filter out on the values, right? So for those of you who have actually filtered this, you can delete the step on your own end as well. Okay.
Sir, someone in the chat box has a question. Is it kind of pivot table in Excel?
Yeah, you can say that. It's kind of a pivot table. Yes. Thanks, Ayan, for taking that question because as of now I can't really see the chat box. So whoever has the query can raise that issue, and then someone from the chat can tell me that someone has a problem. Okay, so far so good, right? Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay, great. So once you are done with all the operations and you think the data is clean, right? You can come to close and apply, right? We have close and apply here. If you click on close and apply, it will save all of the operations that you did on data, right? So you can do this once you have performed some steps. But as of now, I have already performed some steps. I have already done this on my own end. So I don't want to get that data in my own thing. So I'll just click across, and I don't want to apply the changes because those are just for demonstration. So I am back to my original screen, and I'll just discard the changes. All right. If you really want to save some things, you can go to transform data, do some steps, and then click on save and apply, and that will save all the steps that you did. So one more thing that I wanted to show is get data. So as I told you, we can virtually import any kind of data that we want. So as of now, let's say I want to really import some data, some Excel sheet from there. Let's say I'll click on CSV. As of now, I don't know whether it's Excel workbook or CSV. Let's see if it's in CSV format. So if I come on get data, click on CSV and click on connect. And if I come to desktop, Power BI course files. So we have all of these files right from our course section. And let's say I want to import something from here. Let's say I want to import products. And once I click on open, that will take me to a screen over here, this screen. And then I want you to remember one thing with respect to these two features. One is directly loading the data into the Power BI. You can do that, but what I'll recommend is every single time when you import some data, I want you to, click on transform data instead of load data, so that, you can immediately do some operations immediately on data, some cleaning operations, and then, move forward. So if you click on transform data, that will immediately take you to Power Query section. So as I clicked on this, I am back to my Power Query editor. And as I told you that some of the steps Power BI does on its own. So as you saw, I just imported this table over here. I can name it whatever I want. So as of now, this is just a dummy table. So I just name it as dummy. And then we have three steps that Power BI already took on its own, right? So it was source, and then it promoted the headers, and it changed its type too. So this was all done by Power BI on its own. So this is the way I actually imported all of the data in Power BI. So as you might know, every single data has been already imported into Power BI from my end. So you don't need to worry about that. So this was just the get data functionality that I wanted you to show. As of now, I can delete this, right? I'll close this again. And here we are on the original screen, right? We have all the tables here. We have the original view that we had. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One thing I want you to reflect on my current speed, because every audience is a different audience and everyone has different grasping power. So I really want you to, comment on the speed that I'm going at. If you want me to, maintain the speed, or if you want me to slow down the speed that I'm teaching, or maybe if you want me to, really go through things faster than this. So you can tell me as of now before we move on to next section.
Sir, there's a doubt in the chat box.
Mhm.
So Shreya has asked, if we crossed out a step in applied steps, is there a way to recover that step instead of performing that again?
No, you can't do that. So there is no redo functionality in Power Query, right? So if you click on cross, that step is gone. You can't, recover that. So what you can do is do that step again. That is the only thing that can be done. But yes, undo is similar to the steps that you have. It all records the steps, but it does not recover the step that you did. Maybe a good point. Power BI can later on, implement this feature. Really good point there. Thanks for asking that. As of now, Power BI is restricted to that feature, but probably I think they should bring this feature um, going forward. So thanks for raising that. Any more questions or any more doubts or any comments on the speed that I'm teaching at? I'm open to suggestions as of now.
Sir, you can go a little bit slower. Nothing more.
Okay, great. And at any point, if you feel that, I'm going really quick, uh, you can immediately, unmute your mic and tell me to, go a bit slower, and I'll reduce my speed according to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions so far? Where are my volunteers? Everyone is awake, right? I feel
Yes,
like
bhai.
I'm talking to myself.
Yes, sir. There is no doubt for now.
Okay, great. So I want this engagement throughout this, because moving forward, we'll be, doing a lot of hands-on, and I really want you to, be engaging with me in this process.
Okay, bhaiya.
Okay, great. So we have the visualization pane where we will be creating the reports. We have the data pane where the actual data is. It's in the tabular format, just as Excel. And then I'll take you to the relationship view. And this is one of the important things in Power BI. All of these tables that you see over here are interconnected in some way, right? So those tables work hand in hand to, give us all the information. So don't consider all of these Excel sheets as standalone. And this is one of the most important differentiation between Excel and Power BI, because in Excel what you see is each of the every single data is individual, right? Over here, what we do is we connect all of this data and we create formulas to give us the end result and display the information to the user. So all of these tables come into picture, and they have the same job of displaying the information in the way user wants. So this is the relationship view, right? Uh, I have structured this relationships in a specific way. This is always a gold standard that we follow everywhere. I have named the tables in a certain way. So we have two terms in Power BI, that is, lookup tables, that is dimension table and fact table. So there are two types of tables, mainly when we differentiate between the types of data that we have. So one is dimension table and one is fact table. Now I want you to, listen to this very carefully and, reach out to me if you have a doubt at any particular point, right? So what do you mean by dimension? Dimension is something that gives us information about some aspect of a company. Let's say this company, Adventure Work Cycle, is a bike company. It's a product company, right? It has all the products related to bikes. So obviously we have a product table over here that gives us all the information about products, right? If I come to the data view and come to the product table, product lookup, we have all the data that describes a product, right? We have all the descriptions regarding a product. Similarly, we do have customer lookup that gives us information regarding the customers, right? So these are all the customers that we are talking about. So every single information regarding customers. Um, so these are the tables that give us actually information about some aspect of the company. So AW territories, again, it is describing some aspect of the company in which particular regions is Adventure Works present. So this is a dimension table again. Now we have two fact tables over here, that is AW returns and AW sales. So there is a slight differentiation between this. So I want you to understand that these are all the dimension tables that actually describe something about a company. And then we have a transaction table, a fact table that actually just gives us the transactions, the records, everyday business that we do. Let me come to AW sales table so that I can explain that in a better way. So as you can see, we have all the dates over here, order date, and which product was ordered in how many quantities. We have all the information here. So if I come back to the relationship, you can see that all of these dimension tables are connected to the AW sales. Because at the end, what I really want to know is which product was sold in how many quantities, which customer actually bought our products. So AW sales is doing nothing but giving us all the records, that is transactions on a day-to-day basis. So that are just transactions. This is not giving or describing some aspect of the company, right? It is just day-to-day business, right? So AW sales is a fact table, and it will always contain many records with respect to this. So what I mean by this is, if I come to customer lookup, let's say, let's take an example of customer lookup. So customer lookup will always have unique values of entries, right? So if I come here, if I click on customer key, every single record will have a unique value. So customer key has all the distinct values. As you can see over here, we have 18,148 rows and 18,148 distinct values. That means we have 18,000 customers over here. So nothing will be repeated here. But at the same time, if I come to sales table, that particular customer has ordered a lot of products. So there is a possibility that this customer key will be repeated many times in the sales table. So if you imagine, uh, one customer can order many products, right? But there can't be a single customer, duplication of single customer. So that in customer lookup, if we talk about dimensions, it's very clear that only one entry of Mr. Blake Flores can exist in this database. So this is kind of a database of the company. And what AW Sales does is it always uses the key of the relationship to tell me how many quantities were ordered by that customer. Clear enough? And when I talk about many
Yes,
to
sir.
one relationship, what I really mean is if we see we have connected this using customer key, right? So we have one entry of customer key in this that is unique, and in AW Sales it is multiple times, right? That is the reason we talk this as a one-to-many relationship, and this is the gold standard of using the relationships in Power BI. We should always consider this as one-to-many. The relationships can't be many-to-many; it will create ambiguity. You can obviously create many to many relationship, like create a relationship between AW Sales and returns, but that will create ambiguity in the report, and that information will be of no use to you. So it's always advisable to connect dimension tables to fact tables, that is create one to many relationship. So far so good. Any queries on this? This is a really important concept. I really want you to understand this on a deeper level. So if you have any doubts on this, you can, reach out to me right now. So everyone understood this?
Sir,
Yes.
can you explain
Yes,
that
sir.
Yes.
relationship between the fact
Sorry?
table and the dimension table? Can you explain the relationship between the fact table and dimension table?
Okay. So what I mean by this is we have one to many relationship. We call this as one. We have one over here, and then we have star mark over here that conveys that is one to many relationship. And this table is connected in what way? Using customer key, right? So consider this. One customer key in a customer lookup table will be only appearing once, right? Because it's unique. Now, let me give you a very simple example of this, on a very practical way that you can understand. Instead of customer, just imagine this is a database of your college, and every single class has a unique roll number, right? If we are talking about a database about your class, so there will be no same roll number repeating, right? So one roll number is, assigned to only one person. It can't be assigned to more than one person, right? So that particular table will be the student table, where we have all the unique records of the students, right? But in AW sales, let's say instead of AW sales, we have grades, right? So in grades, what happens is, one particular student might have multiple subjects in which he got different grades, right? So that will be included in the transaction table. So we'll have multiple subjects and multiple grades. So that student's roll number will be repeated here. So that consists as many relationship. But a student, in a class will be individual, right? There will be no two copies of that. That is the reason it is a dimension table, and it has only one record of each. So that is what I mean by one-to-many relationship.
Okay, sir, got it.
Great. Any more questions?
Sir, are all those dimension tables connected to AW cells by different customer keys? I mean,
No, no, no.
the
Uh,
dimension.
Good point right there. Good point. Uh, so that that is not the case. Obviously, for the customer lookup, we have customer ID, right? So similarly, if you look at different tables, if you look at product lookup, there will be product ID. If I come to product lookup in the data view, you will see what I mean. In the product lookup, if I see there is a product key, right? So there is a key, a roll number. You can recognize this as a roll number of each product. So each product is assigned a particular roll number for here that will be unique to that particular product. And then if I come to sales table, that particular product key can be repeated, right? How
Okay.
so if you look at this product key 360, so this is some, if I search 360 here, there will be some product that is related to that. So what this AW sales is doing is it is showing me how many times this particular product was sold. So we have this entries over here. So every single table has a different key. So product lookup will have a product key, customer lookup will have a customer key, calendar lookup will have a date. So date is associated with all of those. So if I hover over it, it will immediately show me date is connected to order date here. Similarly, every single table has different keys associated with that. So in AW territories lookup, we have sales territory key, right? Connected to this tables. So similarly, return table is similar to sales table. Sales is what it shows me that how many products or customers, or territories, whatever you say, was sold, right? But on the contrary, AW returns, what it shows is how many products were returned, or how which customer returned how many things. So again, it is giving me transactions, but on the returns and not the sales. So two key information over here. All right.
Okay, okay, I understood.
Okay. Any more doubts on this?
No,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll take that as a no. Um, okay. And one more thing that you can see over here is this is just for my purpose. Okay. I have basically segregated this data into separate views. This is just view, right? This is nothing else. So you can create your own view where you want to see a specific table. You can do that. So as of now, what I did was create a sales relationship where every single table is shown with respect to sales, and then retains relationship where every single table is shown with respect to returns. This will be really helpful to you when you have very huge relationships where you have more than 100 tables when you are actually working in a corporate. So there will be not only restricted to these tables, there will be a lot of files coming in. So there can be more than 100 tables. So in that kind of relationship, having this kind of views really help you out to just brainstorm things, or really understand the relationships that you really care about. So that's there. This was all about relationships. So we talked about data view as well here. And then we are back here on the original page. Now let me get to the presentation and see our progress. So so far, uh, you can now take a sigh of relief that the theoretical part of this section is over now. Everything moving forward from this point, we'll be considering the practical side of things. We'll be actually implementing all of the things that we are doing. So consider this as a project now. So I have given you the higher level information of every single features and things that you can do with Power BI. Now what we'll do is we'll actually work on a project together as an analyst. So what I mean is consider yourself as a data analyst that has been hired by Adventure Work Cycles to create this project and show this data to everyone. So that takes me to the next section, that is project. So you have been assigned a task by the manager of Adventure Work Cycles to create end-to-end business intelligence solutions on Power BI. So Power BI is a tool that you need to use, and you need to create a business intelligence solution that is nothing but all the insights in the visual form converted from the data. So he has mentioned some key requirements. So as you will be working in corporate, you will be getting to know that everything works on the basis of requirements. So there is this requirement coming from the corporate. There is this requirement coming from the managers who are actually supervising the projects. They'll be giving you some things that he actually needs. So similarly, we have some key requirements over here. Develop an end-to-end Power BI report to analyze the sales characteristics of top products, top customers, and also analyze how the company is doing in terms of sales, orders, profits, returns. So what he wants is he wants a centralized location where he can get all of the information at one grasp. He doesn't need to, go to different Excel sheets in order to, understand what the how the company is doing. So I'll tell you what I mean by this. So as you can see, this is just a snapshot of different Excel sheets. So now imagine a manager or imagine a VP of a company making the decisions of the company on the basis of this Excel sheet. How good of the decisions you think he'll be able to make, just by looking at this data? This is all just data scattered over different places. So really difficult to, make any decisions, right? I can't see any trends. I can't see any insights. I can't, figure out how was the sales. So really difficult thing to do, right? So now what you are tasked to do is accumulate all this information, collect all this information from various sources, bring it into Power BI, clean all the data, and then create a finished product that can, actually give insights about the company, and that can really help the managers, the salespersons, and every single person in the company to, really help you increase sales or improve sales, increase operations throughout the company. So there are a lot of things that you can do with that, depending upon the type of report that you're making. So that's there. Uh, Let me actually show you the end result of this project that we are going to make. You will be astonished to see the same information is converted to a completely finished product that the manager can actually use to, look over his sales. So this is the raw version, the first, first step in the entire data analytics process. And the final version will be looking like this. So I assure you, by the end of this workshop, you will have created a similar page like this at your end, right? I'll help you take you through the basic data to this finished product. And I promise you, you will have this kind of screen at your own system by the end of this workshop. So this is one of the tab that is monthly sales report. I'll, gradually explain you things, explain you how to do this, as we move forward. And we have another second tab that we'll be creating, that is product detail report. And that will look like this. So yes, we can start with the implementation now, if anyone doesn't have any doubt so far. So back to Power BI. Now just a quick shout out. Has everyone opened the Power BI at your own end? Has everyone opened data analytics workshop Power BI file on your end?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, bhai.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll start with the implementation. And at any point, if you feel that I am going way too fast, just stop me right there, and I can, take a pause and let you do the steps, and then later on we can continue from there. Sounds good?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
bhai.
Okay, good. So this is the page that we are going to create. I'll take you through that step by step so that you can really understand things. So as I told you, we have different visuals over here, right? Many type of visuals that you can use. We have stacked bar chart, uh, clustered bar chart. You can immediately see a preview of that, right? But by just looking at that, what is the kind of visual it is? So we have area chart, line chart. You can, hover over each of the visuals to know what kind of visuals we already have in Power BI, right? Okay, so let's start with this. The first thing that I want you to show is this right here. These are the card visuals, right? The kind of card visuals that we want. We want to display the overall sales figure of that particular month, overall revenue of that particular month. with respect to uh, the company's performance, right? So there are three elements right here, right? We have revenue that is highlighted in the biggest fonts of that particular month. Then we have a goal right here. I'll explain you how we can set the goal for that particular thing. So, what this will do is it will tell me if I am, above my target, if I am above my goal. Let's say the goal was 1.77 million and the figure that we reached that month was 1.83 million. So it gives me in blue. And then over there in the orders, as you can see, we were not able to reach the goal. So it is showing me in red. So kind of very smart feature to show in order to, understand on a higher level whether we did good in terms of revenue or not. And this right here, what it does is it gives me plus or minus, gap with respect to previous month. So that's it. Let me quickly come to Power BI section and start with the implementation. So I want all of you to come to KPI here, select this. So that will, take you to this field, to this particular field. I want you to select this on your own end. Okay. So just keep this information here. Now, what are the things that I want over here? I want revenue, right? So what I'll do is come to AW sales table and search for total revenue. Now, this is total revenue over here. Everyone can see it, right? Now, what I can do is, what I'll be doing is take this, click on total revenue and drag that to indicator. Nothing happened, right? But slowly, gradually, as you build on this stuff, things will, start to make sense. So as of now, I just drag total revenue into indicator. I also want you to do the steps as I do on my own so that, we are going hand in hand. So I drag total revenue to indicator. Now, second thing, what I want to do is I want the goal to be set as previous month's revenue. So my goal as a manager should be to improve my sales with respect to previous month. So with respect to this monthly report, what my goal is to improve my performance, right? So I have previous month revenue over here. I'll be dragging that previous month revenue to target goals section over here, right? Still nothing happened, right? Now, one more step that I want you to do is come to calendar lookup. And then finally, you can see a start of month here, right? I want you to drag that start of month to trend axis. And immediately you see the magic, right? Now we have some kind of visual here. So everyone following so far? So far, so good?
Sir, can you just
Yes,
quickly read through the process?
Show the process again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So let me just delete this again. I come here to the visualization pane, click on KPI, right? It takes me here. So I can shrink or reduce or increase the size of the visual using this. Um, Now the first thing that I want is the total revenue, right? If I come here to the presentation, I want the total revenue, right? I want two things, revenue and the goal with respect to that. So I'll be designing that in a similar way. One another way that you can do the same thing is either you can, search for this in the tables here, or else you have a search functionality here, right? So you can immediately search for that particular column that you want. So let's say I want total revenue, right? So I'll just search here total. So Power BI is smart enough to, get the text matched in the tables, and wherever there is total, it will get me all of the searches. So over here I have total revenue, right? I will hold this total revenue and drag it to indicator. So far, so good. Everyone following?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now I want you to search for previous. So again, we have the search results here, right? Now what I'll do is take previous month revenue, drag it to target goals. So far, so good.
Yes, bhai.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And finally, I want the month, right? So I will search for start of month. Over here, we have start of month. I can click on trend axis. And here we are. We have the visual ready at our end. Correct? So everyone following so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, uh, what I want you to do is actually select this visual and come to format pane. Click on this format your visual, right? Now we have a search functionality here as well. So now I want you to search for title. So over here you can see a title, yeah, right? It has searched all of the things where title exists. So the title that Power BI has suggested me is really vague, right? I don't want the entire statement of things. I just know that this is revenue, right? I can just simply say that this is revenue. So I can just simply click on title, search for it, and over here there's a text, right? So instead of the whole text, I'll just mention that this is just total revenue, right? And finally, there are some formatting options that you can do with this. But as of now, I am just focused on building the data, right? I'm just focused on building the report right now. I later focus on the entire visual part of it and creating it very attractive. But as of now, I'm just focused on creating the visual. So I'll just come here, select this. I have the title here. I have mentioned total revenue. And finally, there is this alignment, right? We all know what this is. So this is center alignment. I'll just click on center alignment. And we have this. Um, Let me come to this. So we have revenue, uh, revenue listed here, goal, right? Same thing here, right? So far, so good. Everyone following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So we have three visuals like that, right? If I come here, we have returns and orders as well. So let's create those visuals on our end. So you have total revenue. Now, there are two things that you can do now. Since we are going to create a similar visual again, so what you can do is actually copy paste this visual so that you don't have to, rework that same thing again. Or else you can rework that again as well if you want to learn things. So as of now, I know what I want to do. So that I'll just select this visual. Uh, from my keyboard, I'll type Control C, just like that we do, right? I'll copy that visual and then I'll paste Control V. So we have one more visual with the same thing, right? I'll just reduce this size. So far, so good. Everyone following? So we
Yes,
have
sir.
a
Yes,
same
sir.
visual copied again, right? Now in this case, what I really want is returns, right? Now let's just create the orders first. Okay, total orders. So this is giving me the total order. So let's come to the Power BI. We have total revenue, right? I want total orders. So I'll search for total orders. I have selected this visual, and then what I'll do is instead of total revenue, what I'll do is I'll drag total orders here. So immediately I have total orders here, and I want it monthly, right? So start of month is okay here. And finally, the target goals instead of previous month revenue, what I really want is previous month orders. So I'll just remove this, and instead of this, I'll just drag previous month order. And immediately we have a visual that shows us the orders, right? Now, one thing that you would have to do is just come to format pane again. Now, instead of total revenue, because I just copied that, I'll just come here. Instead of total revenue, I'll just type it as total orders. So far, so good. Everyone following?
Bhaiya, could you
Yes,
just
sir.
repeat it one time? I lost connection a bit.
Sorry.
Could you just repeat the total orders part? I lost my connection, so it was a bit hazy.
Okay, no worries. So what you have to do is I'll just delete this again. Uh, I'll just Control C and Control V. So far, so good.
Yes,
Over
Bhaiya.
here, yeah. Now, since I have copied this visual, what I'll do is I'll search for total orders, right? I don't want revenue now. I want orders. So instead of total revenue, what I'll do is drag total orders in the indicator section. So immediately my visual has changed. Now for the goals, obviously I don't want to compare that with previous month's revenue. So comparing with orders doesn't make sense, right? So I just remove this revenue from here. What I'll do is I'll bring in previous month's orders, right? So as I drag this over here, target goals, the visual is created, right? So far, so good. Following.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now selecting this visual, I'll come to format pane. Since I have copied this visual, the title has also been copied. So instead of total revenue, now this is total orders. So I'll come here, search for the title again here. Instead of revenue, I'll type in total orders. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So we have total orders and total revenue, right? Uh, Now, what was one more thing? Returns. Now, I want you to do that on your own, right? You know what to do, right? So I'll wait for some time, 2-3 minutes, so that you can perform that on your own. And let me know if you have done, if you are able to do that on your own. Sounds good? Fair enough?
Okay, sir.
Okay, great. So copy any of the visual again, repeat the same steps, and tell me if you get stuck somewhere, right?
Yes, sir. Done.
Done. Let us wait for a few more calls and then we can continue from there.
Yes, sir. It is done.
Yes, sir. Done.
Yes, sir. Done.
Okay, good. Let me just do that on my end. I'll just Control C, Control V uh, over here. Instead of total orders, now what I want is total revenue, total returns, right? So total, search for total. Instead of total orders again, what I'll do is drag total returns instead of total orders, right? Uh, Similarly, previous month returns. What I'll do is instead of previous month order, I'll just drag previous month returns. Just remove this again. So we have is uh, again we have total orders. We need to change the title, right? I'll just search for title here, and then instead of total orders, I'll say total returns. Everyone's reached till this state so far?
Sir, sir, but
Yes, sir.
returns should be in green. I mean, it's better. It's increasing that um, uh, less people are returning. So in there is showing 1.78% downgrade in returns.
Great observation. Great observation. I would really, like to, emphasize this, that this is one of the good things that, you have been doing. Uh, Good thing that you observed that. If I come to this, I was actually anyways going to ask you this question, but it's good that you observed this on your own. That means that you have been observing things really well. You have been following things. So good observation there. So as you can see over here, we can see that this is in green, right? But blue. Anyways, this is not red. So, and in our visual, what you can see is this is in red. So something is wrong here, right? Something is fundamentally wrong with this visual. So very good observation. Really like that. Now what I want you to do is click on this visual and then come to format pane. Okay. Now what I want you to do is, come to trend axis. All right. Now what we have here is direction, right? So high is good. So far in total revenue, if we are able to, reach more than the goal, high is good, right? If the revenue is higher than the previous month, that is good for us. So that is the way the color is coded. But in the returns thing, that is not the case, right? So if we are able to, reduce the returns from the previous one, then it is a good thing, right? It shouldn't be shown in red to the user. So in this case, what I'll do is I'll just change the polarity of this. So if I select low is good over here, that will immediately change the polarity and it will show me this in green. So good question there. This is how you change this, right? Good observation. Everyone followed
Sir,
this?
can you explain that again? Sir, can you explain this again?
Okay. Select that visual. I'll just click undo so that I can do that with you. Select this visual, total returns. Come to format pane. Then what you can see is trend axis here, right? Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
Now in the direction, what we see here is high is good. So obviously high is good with respect to revenue and orders. But in terms of returns, high is not good, right? It's the opposite. So what I'll do is I'll just change the direction. So low is good. So it will immediately change the polarity of how we see this data. So far so good.
Okay, sir, got it.
Okay, great. Okay, we have this visual on our end. We have three visuals created on our own, right? That is total revenue, total returns, and total orders. Okay, so this part is done. Don't worry about the formatting too much as of now. We are just focused on creating the structure of the data. And later on, in the later part, what we can do is actually work on this uh, visualization thing and design aspect of the report. So this is where we have reached so far, right? Now, someone might have wondered uh, that how is the total returns, uh, present in this table? Because if you look carefully in the data pane, if you click on AW sales, the columns are this, right? Even in the Power Query, you wouldn't have seen total revenue, total orders, and things like that, right? So all of this is not a part of the Excel file that we imported. That is something we created in the data itself. So that brings me to one another, topic of this report and this workshop is measures and calculated columns. Okay. Now, what are measures and what are calculated columns? I want you to, really understand this on a deeper level. So as you can see, in the AW sales over here, what you can see is a kind of a calculator, right? That basically mentions that this is a measure. Now I'll tell you what is a measure, but it's really important to differentiate between these two. So this is a measure, and what you see over here, this kind of icon over here, FX with FX, that is a calculated column. So there are two things that we can do with the existing data that we have, right? Now I'll explain you what I mean by this. So for this, let me take you to the uh, notes that I have made for this. So we have measures and calculated columns, right? So in the simplest of terms, what I mean by measure is something that is virtual, okay? So that is not a part of the data pane. That is not a part of data that we have here. That is kind of a calculation that we do in order to, support our operations. So as you might have seen, the data coming from the Excel sheet has very limited options over here. So we do have order quantity here, but we don't have revenue, right? We don't have sales, we don't have profit, we don't have cost, and anything like that. So that is very, this information is very limited to me, and I can't really perform any operations with respect to that. So for that, I'll have to create a few things. I'll have to calculate a few things so that I can use that in my report, right? So this revenue didn't just come up, like magic. I had to actually create that. And that is one of the most important aspect of, creating a report. You will have to, create some measures and calculate columns on your own so that, you can use the same information in a very constructive way. So what I mean by that is, let's say total revenue. So if you search, for the formula of total revenue online, what you will see is it's nothing but order quantity multiplied by product price, right? In the simplest of terms, what it is, it's order quantity multiplied by product price. Uh, that's that. So I'll show you how I, actually calculated total revenue here. So we can see total revenue, and we have a formula bar here. So whenever you want to create a new formula, so you can right click on a table, AW cell, and we have this new measure over here, right? So whatever table you want to create the measure for, you can select that table and then right click and go to new measure. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Uh, so what I did was I actually searched for the formula for calculating total revenue, and I actually came here, saw my data, what are the things that I have, right? So over here, I need order quantity. So you might remember order quantity from our AW sales table, right? If I come to data pane over here, we have order quantity, right? In AW sales. Now, one more thing that I want for this calculation is product price. Now, as you can see, product price is something related to a product, right? It can't be in the fact table. As I told you earlier, AW sales is a fact table. It will only tell me how many quantities were sold. But product price is something that is related to product, right? So every single product will have a fixed price, right? It won't have multiple prices. It will have fixed price. So every single product will have an associated price with it. So if I come to product lookup here, and if I come to over here, we have product price over here, right? This is a column. So I need both of these columns in order to create the revenue, right? So as I told you over here, I right click on AW sales. You can copy this with me if you want. Right click on AW sales, click on new measure. Now, since we have this formula already with me, so I'll just copy this. I can probably send this on the chat. You can copy this on your own. Come here, AW sales, new measure. So we have a measure here, right? So I'll just remove this. I'll paste it here. Now we already have total revenue, so it will, not allow us to create again the same measure because we already have that. So I'm just creating this for demonstration purpose, right? I'll just write it as total revenue dummy, right? And then we have SumX of AW sales. I'll explain you this part by part. Okay. So we do have order quantity, right? And then finally, what we have is product price. Now, but the thing is, we are basically taking product price from the product lookup, right? And those are two completely different tables. That is not a part of sales. So since the first argument that we have in the SumX table, so if I just remove all of this, let's say if I just remove this, it will be giving me suggestions, right? SumX, right? So it will be giving me suggestions over here. So first, what I need to do is select table. So in this, I want AW sales, right? So I'll write AW, and then finally we have suggestions a lot over here. So I'll just tab it over here, then comma, then the expression, right? So that's the expression that we want over here. So what we'll do is we are going to multiply this, right? We want to multiply order quantity by product price and finally add those, right? So coming here again, copying this again. This is the expression, right? AW sales order quantity. And since this is a part of different table, I'll click related. That will bring that particular column over here for our calculation, right? And finally, as you can see, this is the closing bracket for related. That means I'll be needing one more bracket over here to close this SumX. And then finally, once I have created the measure, I can click on tick. That will immediately create a measure, total revenue dummy. That does the same thing as total revenue. So this is just for demonstration purpose. So similarly, I have created a lot of measures. Since this is a large database and a large report, there are a lot of things that we'll be needing for creating a report. So I have pre-processed all of this, but you can manually create all of these measures on your own. So everyone got what I did? Everyone followed so far? Any doubt?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, great, amazing.
Sir, if
Any doubts?
sir, if the dimensional data that you showed previously, if it is not connected with AW sales, then will this formula work?
No, it won't work. Good question. It won't work because there's no connection, right? That is the reason the first thing that you do is when you get the data, you come to relationship view and just analyze this relationships. That takes me to one another good point about Power BI. When you have a very structured data, just like this, what this Power BI will do is automatically create this relationship. So this is not a manual task that you need to do. So if you have defined the columns, very well, if you have keys, if you have structured keys everywhere, this will automatically create relationships between the tables. You won't have to, manually go and create relationships. Although you can do that, but Power BI will automatically do that for you. Only thing that you need to do is verify the relationships, whether those are correct or not.
Okay, okay.
Right? So only because we have a relationship between product lookup and sales were we able to create the measure that we have created. Correct?
Okay, sir.
Okay. So we created total revenue, right? So we also use previous month's revenue in our process, right? So I'll not recreate that. I'll just show it over here. So previous month revenue is calculated. So there is this DAX language that we use in order to create these formulas in Power BI. So this is not exactly programming, but this is just creating formulas in a way that Power BI understands, right? So these are all just calculations that we'll be needing to create our report. So previous month's revenue was created using this formula. And these formulas are available online as you search. So if you just go to Google and search how to create total revenue in Power BI, they'll immediately give you the formula directly. And there will be multiple ways that you can do that, but this is one of the ways, right? So there's a host of community that actually helps the beginners, understand this and, go forward with creating this calculation. So all good there. So we do have previous month revenue. We use calculate function. So we have a lot of functions that help us do various things. I'll not get deep into that because that is a very huge topic, and you can literally spend days working on this formulas because there are a host of formulas that you can use to create this. So um, I'll just give you a glimpse of what it looks like and what it means to create a measure and how we can actually create calculations. So as I was talking about previous month revenue, it used calculate, and then it is calculating total revenue just like this over here. And then we have date add feature. So what this does is it basically takes the date table, and we have -1 over here that actually tells the Power BI that we need the previous month's revenue. So previous revenue, and then finally this month tells the Power BI that we need this in terms of month. Correct? So this can be month, year, week, day, as you like. But as of now, we needed previous month's revenue. So that was the reason I used month. Correct? So far, so good. Everyone with me?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So great. So we created previous month revenue as well. And one another example of a measure is total profit. So that is nothing but total revenue minus total cost. You can, get this formulas online very easily. This is the financial formula that we use for profit, right? That is total revenue minus total cost to the company. So these are the measures, and we have a lot of measures here that we have created, for the purpose of using on this report. So you can research on this even more. Once you are done with this workshop, you can go through each and every measure and calculate columns and how that was created. And you can actually start learning the DAX language so that you can create the formulas on your own for your own calculations. So these is measures, right? Now I'll take you to the calculated columns. So calculated columns is actually a part of data pane. What that means is in a calculated column, it performs the operation row by row. So as of now, what you saw is in the measure, there is no row by row calculation, right? It is on a higher level. It is virtual. But what the calculated column does is performs each of the operation on a row by row level, right? So we have one example over here, that is customer priority. It comes from customer lookup table. So I'll quickly go to customer lookup table and show you how I created calculated column. So once I am in the customer lookup here, uh, I have this, right? Customer priority over here. So I clicked on a new column that basically took me to the same formula pane over here, but over here we have column. So I selected customer priority and selected that formula. We have that formula. You can try that on your own. And once you do this, at the end, what you will get is this customer priority column. So just look at how easily this particular, customer priority column was created. So what this does is we have, specified a if condition to this. Just like in any other programming language, we use if. We have used this in Power BI. So if the age of a particular customer is less than 50, so we have the age column over here. So age column coming from the AW customer lookup table. So if age of customer is less than 50 and annual income of that customer is more than $100,000. So annual income, we have annual income over here, 60,000. We have a lot of different, customers with different income. So if annual income of that particular customer is less than 100,000, greater than 100,000, tell them that is a priority. That particular customer is a priority customer. Or else, if this is not the case, it is a standard customer. So what I mean by this is the company wants young audience, right? Who is less than 50 and actually is earning more than 100,000. That was the requirement of this particular calculation. And we segregated the data on the basis of standard and priority. And coming here in the data pane, what you can also do is filter this again to priority standard. Just want to look at priority customers as of now. You can just click on priority and you can see who are the priority customers in the data pane. So far so good. And again, you can clear this and see the entire data. All right. So far so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Did you understand the difference between a measure and a calculated column?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. One more calculated column example I would like to show is very simple. This is very simple. Parent. Whether a particular customer is a parent or not. So if total children greater than 0, so we have a column total children, and if it's greater than 0, yes or no. So very simple statements to create this column or derivation that we have, right? So very easy things, but very useful when we actually start creating this reports, right? So far so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, amazing. So I'll give you we have about 4 minutes left from the break. So you can take this time to actually analyze, how I have created different measures quickly. And, you can do this in your own time. We have 1 hour break and we have about 3-4 minutes left here. So before going to break, you can, just look at different measures and calculate columns that I've created. Look at those and, see how I have, actually created all of these measures to be used in our report later on, right? So this is an open time for you, time to be, really curious about things, and then, just look at all of this and see how this was created, right? And so far, I have covered all of these things. Anyone having any slightest of doubts so far can tell me. I can, quickly go to that topic and, explain that again.
Sir, could you explain the visuals once through KPI mode?
The KPI one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So once
Okay.
again, the revenue, that one.
Which one?
Sir, revenue, total revenue, the column.
Okay. So you want me to create that again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll just click on the blank canvas here. I click on KPI visual, right? So as you might know, we already know how to create measures and calculate columns. So I wanted revenue. So I went there, created total revenue measure, right? And then I also created previous month's revenue measure, right? So what I'll do is I'll search for revenue, right? Total revenue, searched for it, took this and drag to indicator, right? So we have this over here. For the target goals, I took previous month's revenue, searched previous month, and then took it to target goals because that is our target, right? To increase our revenue than previous month. So that's there. And finally, in the trend axis, I'll take start of month. That gives me the revenue here. And then later on, you can make the formatting changes as you want. Just remove the title and write the title as total revenue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Got it.
Great. Any more doubts?
No, sir.
Okay. So I think
Sir,
we
there's
have reached the break.
in the chat box. So
Okay.
the question is, what's the function of Power Query over the home window? So yeah.
Let me just look at that. What's the function of Power Query over the home? Power Query over the home. Can you slightly elaborate on that? What do you mean by home? I see AD007 has asked this question. Can you unmute your mic and slightly elaborate your question? Or maybe you can type in if you do not want to turn on your mic. Sayan, the add column. Okay. So he wants to know the difference between Power Query, home, and add column. Is it
So I think what he's trying to say is like when we did the transform data, we got to that Power Query window.
correct?
So like, what's the difference between doing it in the Power Query window and doing it in the like the data pane in the home window?
Correct. Correct. Good question. Right there. Very good question. So what's the difference is when we actually perform this in the data level over here, what it does is it creates the version of that column over here itself in the report itself. It's a report level thing, right? And you can later on change that calculate columns here as well. But once you do that changes in Power Query, let's say, that data will not come to this pane at all. So Power Query is basically used to clean the data. So once you get the raw data, that is used to actually clean the data, perform some steps there. And what calculated columns and measures are used is for actually creating calculations that help us do the operations or show the calculations on the report level. So for example, over here, if I filter something, right? If I filter any out of this and then click on close and apply and save, what this will do is it will actually create a copy of data that is going to load in the Power BI itself in this particular pane, right? And if I let's say if I come here and do the same thing over here as well, if I just filter some name out here, so this is just for my reference. Like if I filter something out here, this is just to look at the information. This will not reduce the data. If I just filter something here, and if I come to visualization pane, and if I use that data, I'll be seeing the entire data and not the filtered data, right? And as contrary to that, if I do that in Power Query, that will be inbuilt in the memory. You won't be able to see that particular data at all. Does that answer your question? Okay. So
Sir,
others, yeah, go ahead.
should I save the work that I have done up till now? You have taught, or just
Sorry.
don't save it. The things you have done in the workshop today, should I save like in the Power BI desktop?
No, as of now, we are just taking an hour break. You can save that on your end and post this. We'll be meeting at 2 o'clock where we'll be continuing the report making, right?
Okay, okay.
Okay. So others who don't have any doubt, you can go on break, have lunch, and we'll meet at 2 o'clock exact. Okay. So in the meanwhile, anyone who has doubt, I'll just clear that out so far. So we have one doubt from Samiran. How can we copy and paste the visual by not going through KPI? Just repeat once, please. By not going through KPI, as in, can you just elaborate on that?
So means just we have created the total revenue file, okay, and then you have just copied and paste to just do the others. That's why I'm just saying that repeat that statement.
Do you want me to repeat how to create a KPI again?
No, sir. That total returns and total orders you have done now by
Yeah,
copying and pasting the total response. So that I'm saying that that's safe only.
that is straightforward. That is the same thing that we did it with total revenue. So let's say over here I copy pasted this. We have total revenue here, right? Instead of this, if I want to create this on my own, I'll just simply click on KPI here, and then I'll just select this visual, and we have the same fields here, right? We have indicator, trend axis, target goals, just like this. But what is the benefit of copy pasting is we have this fields populated already. So start of month, we won't have to take the extra efforts of dragging start of month again. That will be the same, right? And also the formatting that we did with the title, we won't have to do that again. But on the contrary, if I create the KPI again on my own from scratch, I'll have to drag all of these fields again, and then also do the formatting again. So that is the reason we just took a shortcut, copy pasted thing, and then we just replaced two things, right? We replaced revenue from there, uh, replaced with orders, and start of month was as it is, right? Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, seems like we don't have any more questions, so we can continue on the progress on the report then. So we have built three things so far from here. We can start building on the next things now. So we saw at revenue, returns, and orders so far. Now we'll be focusing on top three profitable customers. So let's build that first. So for this, there is one of the visuals called multi-row card. So I want you to select multi-row card over here. Okay. And then what I want you to do is go to customer and search for full name. So you can instead directly search for full name here. So we'll have a list of customers here. Uh, and now for top three profitable customers, we need profit, right? So let's search for total profit. So we have total profit, drag and drop just below full name, right? And finally, we have one more thing in the visual, that is total orders. So let's come back here, and we need total orders as well, right? So let's drag total orders between full names and total profit. So we'll see a screen similar to this. Now, so far so good, everything following.
Can you explain again?
Okay,
Yes, sir, if possible, can you repeat?
okay. I'll just remove this. So did you select the multi-row card here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now what I want you to do is search for full name. So that's from customer lookup table. You can either go to the customer lookup directly and search for full name, or you can directly search full name over here in the field. I want you to drag full name into the field. Second, what I want you to do is search total and drag total orders just below full name in the fields. You will see a yellow highlight just below full name. So drag it over there. And then finally drag total profit just below total orders. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, great. So as you can see, we have a list of customers here, right? But what we need specifically for this report is just top 3 customers. All right. So we have a lot of customers here. So let's try to select only 3 customers that has the highest profit, that is bringing the highest profit. So I want you to select the visual, select that card visual, and then over here there is a filter pane, right? You might see a filter pane here just besides visualization. Click on that. That will bring you to this pane. Okay. So this brings us to one of the most important topics in Power BI, that is filters. So what filters does is it allows us to actually filter out data in a format that we require. So over here we have a list of all the customers, but we just need top 3. So we'll filter out all the other customers from this and just display top 3 customers. So I'll show you how that is done. So selecting the visual, you will be able to see filters on this visual here. So you'll have three things here: full name, total orders, and total profit. What I want you to do is select full name, click on full name. Then we have a filter type over here. So over here, there are multiple types of filtering you can do. Either you can manually select the customers that you want. You can manually select, any of the customers you want, or else that is not the case with us, right? We just want the top 3 as per the profit. So if you click on basic filtering here, you will see there are 3 types of filtering available here, right? So there is a filter type called top N. So I want you to select top N. So as you select top N, it will be showing a screen similar to this, right? So there is show items, top. So what I want is top 3 customers, right? So I'll type in 3 here. And there's a section called buy value over here, right? And I want profit. So what I'll do is I already have total profit here. Search for total profit and take this total profit and drag it to buy value section and leave it there. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So one final thing that you have to do is apply filter. So that has filtered our customers to top 3 only as per the profit, right? Now,
Yes,
second
sir.
thing what I want you to do is,
Sir, someone is asking you to repeat the filter step,
okay,
like the
no
filter
worries.
process.
Okay. Let me just clear this out again. So we have a list of customers here, but we just want top 3, right? So can you say full name over here? Filters on this visual and then full name. And finally, we have 3 types of filtering. This is set to basic filtering first, right? So we don't want basic filtering. We don't want to manually choose the customers. We want the top 3 customers as per the profit, as per the highest profits, who are actually bringing the highest profits for us. So basic filtering is of no use to us, right? So in that case, what I'll do is change the filter type to top N. So we are top N over here. And here we have 2 options, show items, top and bottom. If you want to show bottom 3 customers as per sales, we can do that as well. But as of now, we are really interested in who is bringing in the maximum profit for us. So top, and then I'll select 3 over here. I'll just type 3, right? And finally, I can search total over here, and then we have total profit. I want you to drag this total profit into buy value section. So far, so good.
Sir, can you explain the
Yes,
filter
sir.
part again?
I'm sorry.
Sir, can you explain the filter part once more?
Okay. I'll slightly even reduce the speed. Okay. Once you select the visual, okay, let's do one thing. As I tell one particular aspect of this, I just want answer from you so that I know you are following so far. Or else I'll just keep repeating the information and you won't be able to grasp that. So just on my cues, just respond with a yes if you are understanding things. Sounds good?
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So select the visual. Then we have three filters on visual, right? Once I click on filter, we have three filters over here. So I want to filter full name. So I'll click on full name here, and the basic, the default one will be the basic filtering. But we don't want basic filtering, right? Uh, Using the basic filtering, we'll just be able to select the random customers. But what I really want is to get the top three profitable customers. So in that case, what I can do is change the filter type to top n, right? And finally, in show item section, we have already top over here. We just type in 3 over here. And then finally, we want the customers as per the total profit, who are bringing in the maximum profit. So I'll take total profit and drag it to buy value section. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, just click on apply filter. So that brings us to only top three customers. You won't see any other customers apart from that. Is this the case for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Uh, Now, one more thing that we want is we want to sort. We want the topmost profitable customer on the top and the bottom. The third profitable customer third here, right? So as of now, you can see the second entry 4781 is less than 4971. Then to its second. So we don't want that. We want to sort this out as per total profits. So in that case, I want you to select the visual, and there are three dots. You'll be able to see three dots over here. So click on that, and then the last option that we see here is sort by. So you can select, instead of sorting by full name, it's currently sorting by the alphabet. We don't want that, right? So what we'll do is, instead of sort by full name, we'll click on sort by total profit and click on that. So now uh, what happened is it went in ascending order, right? So we don't want that. So now come again on three dots and select sort descending. So in this way, the top most profitable customer is on top, and then the third profitable customer is third. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay. Now we'll do some basic formatting on this. Okay. This is occupying a lot of space. So let us select this visual, go to format pane again. Okay. Uh, Now what I want you to do is come to search for style, okay, over here. And then uh, over here, what I want you to do is uh, there are multiple options over here. What I want you to do is, first of all, in outline, there is none, right? I want you to select bottom only in the outline. All good so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then finally, we have padding over here. That is 20px. What padding means is the distance between the space between two customers. Two entries. So we don't want that much space between those customers, right? So I'll just slightly drag this and reduce the padding, probably to 2. So far, so good.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay. So we have this visual ready, right? So now let us compare that with our original one. So as you see over here, the top three profitable customers, the customer is Linda, right? The first customer is Linda. But that doesn't match up with our current report. If I come to our report, it's Sean Morris. So something is fundamentally wrong with this, right? So we have Sean Morris with 5,075 profit. And then if I come back to the original one, it's just 1,510. So definitely we are missing out on something, right? So in that case, what the real problem here is, as of now, what we saw is these three values are matching only because we have set the trend axis as per the start of month. So that automatically takes the latest month. But the data that you see over here is the all-time data. I mean, the data is available if you go to calendar table. You don't need to follow this, but I just want you to see this. If you see at the calendar table, we have, if I click on year over here, we have 3 years of data, right? So this is basically a culmination of 3 years. So we need some kind of filtering done so that it shows the latest month of data, right? So let's use this filter again to create that effect and then match the tally, right? Okay. So now I want you to come to calendar table, right? Uh, there will be column called year month over here. So I want you to drag year month column. And now instead of filters on this visual, I want you to drag this year month in filters on this page. So far, so good.
Sir, can you explain that step again?
Okay. So just select anywhere. Okay. Come to calendar table. In the calendar table, there is a calculated column year month. Now let me first explain you what year month is exactly. So I have basically calculated this a particular column to actually identify which is the latest month. Okay. So as you can see, this is the latest month over here, right? This is the year month column. And then on the basis of that, what I have done is created a latest month flag. So instead of, we can also use latest month column instead of year month. We can do both, but let us, for the ease of use, let us take the latest month. So I have basically done some calculation over here. What I'm doing is creating the maximum. I mean, calculating the maximum of year month. Year month is nothing but year and month combined. So taking the maximum of it will obviously give me the latest month, right? So this is all what I'm doing is, once I have the year month, once I have selected the variable as latest month, what I'll do is in the calendar lookup, year month is equal to latest month. Select this as 1 or else 0. So we have binaries over here, right? 1 or 0. So we do have filters here, right? 0 or 1. So if I filter this down to 1, we'll only get the data regarding the latest month. That is June, right? June 2017. That is the last month of this data. Just remove this filter again. This is just for demonstration purpose. This is just a data pane, but we need this to reflect on the visualization pane. So we have this filtering over here, right? So what I want you to do is come here, drag latest month, take latest month and drag it to filters on this page. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So latest month, I'll come to basic filtering, right? So I already show you what one means in terms of latest month, right? If I select one, it will only show me the latest months of data. So I'll just, in the basic filtering, this is one of the use case of basic filtering, right? Since we have only two options over here, we can use basic filtering. I'll just tick on one and that automatically takes me to the latest month. Now every single data point here is with respect to latest month. And the reason why I have used this filters on this page is because uh, we need this filter for every single visual, right? if I look at this report, every single visual has to be the latest month's data. So that is the reason I have used the whole page filter. So that takes me to another point. So we have three types of filters available in Power BI. One is visual level filter. The filter only comes up when you select any visual. So this is the visual filters on this visual. So that is one of the filters that we have. Second filter that we have is filters on this page. This filter, what it does is it applies this filtering to every single visual on this specific page, the page one that we have over here. And if I drag latest month in filters on all pages, it will filter to the latest month on all the pages of this report. Suppose I create multiple tabs over here. Every single tab will have the latest month's data, right? So what we did is drag the latest month to the filters on this page and select it as one. So now every single visual that we create on this will be filtered to latest month. Now let's see if the data matches or not. So we have Linda as the top one. And then here as well, we have Linda. So that means everything is right now, right? So far, so good. Any doubt so far?
No, sir.
Sir, why did that animation disappear in the total revenue and total return when we have done the filtering?
Yeah, I'll explain you why. The reason that happened is because the animation that you see over there, if I just remove this, okay, if I just clear this, what is this animation? Just try to understand what this animation is, right? So this animation actually gives us the trend,
It's
how
total.
actually the revenue went, right?
Okay.
So you can kind of see, so we have all the years of data. So in the trend, what you see, starting from 2016, how the
Okay.
trend went, right? But
Yes.
since we have selected the page level filter as latest month, so obviously everything is filtered to latest month. So obviously in the current month, you won't be able to see that trend, right?
Yes,
Because only
right.
1 month of data is selected. So that's a very good question. So that is the real reason behind,
Are
the
applying it
trend
on
going.
the whole,
Sorry, I can't hear you.
but while we are applying it on the whole page, we can apply it on this that visual.
Yeah, we can do that. That will only increase the amount of efforts that are needed. I mean, the reason why I have selected the filters on all page on this page is because uh, let's say if I didn't select filters on this page, I'll have to go to each and every single visual and select latest month to that. In that way, what you will be able to do is get the trend right? You can do that, but that will be added extra efforts, right? So for
Yes,
this
sir.
demonstration, as of now, I have selected filters on this page so that I don't have to, when I drag new visuals to this, I don't have to do that step again and again. This was just for demonstrating things, right? But you can do that, obviously. That is a valid question. We can obviously, not select this three as latest month, and then we will be able to see the trend. So that's all up to you. Later on after this course, what you can do is select filter level visual for every single visual level filter for every single visual, and then just segregate this so that you will be able to see the trend. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. You could have done that. See, similar. If I select this visual, come to filters, you could have a drag latest month in this data field over here, visual filter, and that would have given me the same result, and that would have preserved the trend line, in this charts. But just for the demonstration purpose, I just wanted to show what the filters on this page does. So that's there. Let's move ahead with next things. Uh, Next, what do we have here is this one right here. This visual says, if you carefully see, this is orders versus previous month with respect to continents, Europe, Pacific, North America, right? So let's create this visual on our side. Okay. For this, what I want you to do is search for that visual that actually gives us this. So this is waterfall chart, right? So click on a blank area, select waterfall chart, and then you will have a visual like this. Now selecting this waterfall chart, what I want you to do is we have two things that we need to do is here, right? We have to select category and values. So for the category, we really need the regions, right? So I'll come to territories lookup table. So we do have a continent here, right? So we can drag continent over here in this category. Secondly, we can do one more thing. Uh, so basically what Power BI does is whenever it sees a hierarchy, by hierarchy, what I mean is when it sees levels of fields. For example, country always lies below continent, right? Country is smaller than continent. It is a part of continent. So there is kind of levels going on, right? And then region is a part of country. So what Power BI automatically does is it creates a hierarchy for us. So in that case, if I just drag a continent hierarchy in the category, that will automatically bring three fields into this. And I'll explain you how we can see the country as well in that. So I want you to drag continent hierarchy into category, right? And then finally, uh, what is the thing that we are trying to do? We are trying to get the orders versus previous month, right? So I'll again come here. I'll search for orders. So we have this measure created already for us, orders versus previous month. So let's try to track that. And then here we have the visual that we can see in this presentation. All right. So far, so good. Everyone following?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So there are a few formatting changes that I'd like you to do on this. Firstly, let's remove the title, right? Because we can see that over here in the y-axis, the same figures. So we don't need that. And also, we all know that uh, this will be a continent and then it can be a country as well. So let's remove the title. So first thing that I want you to do is select this visual, go to format pane, search for title, and then click off. No, that what this will do is it will search for x-axis title, y-axis title, and carefully see one which is only, I mean, standalone title, the title of this visual, and then just remove this or else turn this off. What that will do is remove the title from this, right? And we all know Europe is a continent, Pacific is a continent, so we don't need a tag over here, right? X-axis title as well. So let's just remove x-axis title as well. So we have already searched for title over here under x-axis, under title, turn this off. I'll wait for some time if everyone has followed this, then we can move on. Just give me a call once you have done this.
Yes, sir. Done.
Sir, done.
Okay, great. Uh,
Done, sir.
okay. So one more thing that we have here is, if I come to the original one, we do have this data labels, right? Here that show us the actual count. So sometimes using the access is really difficult for us to, understand what is the actual value. So in that case, we can bring in the data values here. So what I want you to do is select this visual again. Now remove this search and then search for data labels. Once you search data, you will find that there is data labels option here. Now I want you to turn this on, right? So once you do this, one more thing that I want you to do is click on outside end. So this is the position of the data labels. I always want this data labels to be outside of the bars. Like -51 should be outside of the bar and not inside. Everything should be outside of the bar. Currently it's auto. You can set it to anything that you want. But for a visualization purpose, what I would recommend you is select outside end. In this way that the data labels will come out. Right? And finally, let's just turn this background on. Just below this, values. And just, play with some transparency. Set it to 80%. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So we do have the data labels now. We do have the data labels, legends, and we have the continents, right? But as of now, this is just a picture, right? But for the report, we need something dynamic. So over here, if you see, this is one of the, another feature of Power BI, where you can actually see the deeper level details, of a particular thing. So as of now, what we are doing is we are analyzing orders versus previous month. So how much orders were more than the previous month in Europe? So was Europe above the previous month's order or below? And with how many orders? So we see all the data labels here, right? So clearly there is a green and red color coding. That means that a green suggests that we are above the previous month. So Europe and Pacific was above the previous month, and North America dipped its sales, dipped its order with respect to previous month. So now this one is really interesting. Now I want you to do is just click on this arrow over here. It says drill mode is on. Click a data point to drill. Now, once this is on, if I click on any of the continents here, let's say I want to see why North America was down from the previous month. So if I click on North America now, it will show me the countries that were, that were below the previous month. Now you can see Canada and United States both were below the previous month. Now I can even dig deeper into this, data. Once I click on United States again, it will give me the different regions that were below or above. Now you can see Northwest did well with respect to previous months, but the central and other ones did not perform really well with respect to previous month. So just look at the amount of details that this visual, on its own is able to provide, right? Now, to come back to the original continents, you can just click on drill up, the above arrow, and perform this. I'll take a halt of about 30 seconds for you to digest this so that you understand how this works. You can play around this visual and see if you understand this totally. Any doubts so far?
No, sir.
So you can also click on other continents, right? I can click on Europe, and that will take me to the European countries. So we have United Kingdom, France, and Germany. So even though Europe as a whole was above previous month's orders, but Germany was below previous month's order, right? So this is the amount of details that we get. And if I again click on United Kingdom, it will take me to United Kingdom region. So there is only one region under United Kingdom. We can see this for any of the countries that we want, right? I can also click on Pacific. In Pacific, there is Australia. So everyone got this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So as of now, I'm just building this visuals. We can, play around with the visualization thing later on. As of now, I'm just settling these images as they are. We can later on play with the formatting and the size and how this looks later on, right? I hope no one has a doubt now. So,
So this hierarchy thing, did you have to create it, or like did
no, that is automatic.
so like if we put on labels like country, region, and continent, Power BI will automatically create a hierarchy for them.
Yes. So the Power BI is smart enough to recognize the hierarchy in things.
And like, is there a way to, like, suppose it guesses wrongly, like then does it happen?
In that case, what you can do is here you can come here and then you can remove this from hierarchy. You can do that over here, or else if you want to add something in hierarchy, you can also do that. So everything is possible here. So there is this option, right? So we have create hierarchy, add to hierarchy. So you can create your own hierarchy as well if Power BI did not detect your hierarchy. Or else what you can do is if you have already hierarchy and if you want to add anything, you can come here and add to this continent hierarchy. So that will automatically add this sales territory key to hierarchy as well.
Right, sir. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So let's move ahead with things. So we have almost created this part of the report, right? So now let us come to this. Uh, let's come to this visual. This looks like a scatter plot, right? So let's see the information that it is portraying to me. So what this is doing is, uh, first of all, we have subcategory name here, right? And we have total orders on the y-axis and total profit on the x-axis, right? So let's come back to the visual, our Power BI, and create the same thing in Power BI. So in this visuals, you will be able to see a preview of scatter plot, right? So this is scatter chart. So click on a blank area, select scatter chart. Okay. Now just expand this a bit. And then we want subcategory name, right? Over here. So you can either go to this table here or else search for subcategory. If you just type sub, you will get all of the list. So here we have subcategory name, right? So what I want you to do is select subcategory name, drag that to legend. So legend, what it does is it gives different colors to different type of subcategories. All good there? So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now what I want is I want total orders, right? Total orders on y-axis. So we have access over here. Total orders. If I search, drag total orders to y-axis. All good there. Total orders on y-axis, right? Now I want total profit on x-axis. I just can drag total profit to x-axis. So we have a visual similar to this. So just by 2 or 3 drags, we are able to create such rich information about this report, right? So we have total orders, total profit, and then we have various categories of subcategory where it is situated as per the total profit and total orders. Now, the ability of scatter plot to give information is really great here. So as you can see, each and every bubble corresponds to each subcategory, right? So immediately by just looking at this visual, you can figure out if you have used graph before, you know that we have access and we can, make out which particular subcategory is doing well, right? So we have total profit going from 0K to 350K and total orders going from 0 to 1000. So obviously, uh, the most profitable subcategory will be the rightmost, right? And in the same way, total orders, the subcategory with the highest orders will be the topmost. Just like this, tires and tubes is the highest ordered subcategory. And then if I scroll over this, mountain bikes is the highest profitable subcategory, right? Now, as of now, this information is good, but I am not able to differentiate. I am not able to create a reference on which, I need to uh, divide this data. So I need quadrants over here, right? Just like the quadrant that we had in the earlier slide, right? So I want to create a kind of quadrant here. So let's select this visual. So far, everyone is able to do this.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Select this visual. Okay. Now come to format pane again. Now there are multiple formatting things that we need to do here. So first of all, I would like to see the size of the bubble increased, right? So let me see where that option is. So I can directly search for size over here, and it will immediately give me all of the properties with size. So this seems like a markers shape size. So this seems like a perfect option. So here, what I'll do is I'll increase the size over here. The maximum I think is 10. No, it goes on further. So we can keep this as 15, right? 15 seems like a proper shape. So the bubbles are bigger now, so much more clearer to read. Okay. One more thing that I want to do is I just don't want this title over here because it's very clear that this is subcategories as given by the legends, and we already have total profit and total orders here. So this is telling the same information, total profit and total orders by subcategory name. So no need for title, right? So let's just remove the title. I'm sure everyone knows how to remove the title. Don't remove the x-axis title, but the title of the visual. Turn off that. So we don't have that. Okay. Now selecting this visual, I'll show you third important pane that Power BI has. So one is visualization pane, one is format pane, and this is further analytics page. So this even gives us more analytics about a particular thing. So I want you to select this pane right here, the analytics pane. So we have a number of different options here. Here what we can do is select the average line. So we kind of want an average, a distinguishing between this so that it's divided into 4 quadrants. So coming here, select average line and click on add line. So immediately we have this line over here. And then add one more line, right? So we have 2 average lines here, correct? And we have this. And now just try to complete the steps still here and let me know. Just give me a shout. Then I'll tell you what you need to do next. So everyone followed so far? Did
Yes,
you
sir.
create 2 average lines?
Yes, sir.
Now just one thing, just for the formatting thing, what I did is selected average line 1 and then changed the color to gray. And then selected average line 2 selected the color to gray. Now we have a defined 4 quadrants, right? So obviously, any subcategory that lies in the first quadrant, that is the right and top quadrant, is our most profitable and most ordered subcategory. So these are the 3 bubbles. These 3 subcategories are bringing value to us, correct? So this gives us this level of information here.
Sir, can you explain that line part?
Okay, selecting this visual, come to analysis pane, select average line here, click on add line 2 times. And then once you select average line 2, come here to the series, and from 2 options, total profit and total orders, click total orders. So we have a line for total orders and total profit. So far so good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now just by selecting one of the average line, come to line and change the color to gray. And now select average line 2 and change the color to gray again.
Okay, sir, done.
Done?
Yes,
Anyone
sir.
having any doubt so far?
No, sir.
Okay, so we have a similar visual like this now, right? Now we do have subcategories here, right? So one visual is completed. Now let us create this visual right here. What this says is we have category name in x-axis. This is a bar chart, right? Or specifically a column chart. So we have category names. This one was subcategory, right? This one was customer, and this is territory. Now we are trying to create this for categories. So for categories, what we have here is previous month order in light blue, total orders, that means current month order in dark blue, and then we have grand total or total profit. I mean, how much of the total profit is actually bikes. So about 90.55% of profits, total profits of the company is coming from bikes. So this is what the information is conveying us. So a lot of information in one visual, right? So let's try to create this on our own page. Okay, just click on blank canvas again. Now you can see many options over here, right? So I'll select this one, line and clustered column chart. So we'll also have line on the axis, and then we'll also have column chart. So select this one, right?
So someone has asked in the chat box, the bubbles are same in color in the previous chart. How can I change the colors?
Color of the bubbles.
Sir, I think so. He hasn't specified.
We can change the color of bubbles, but there are so many bubbles. I mean, this is just the default colors that Power BI gives us. You can actually, change the bubbles if you want. If you search for color here, and if you come down, there will be one option where you can set the colors for each and every subcategory. But setting the color for each and every subcategory, doesn't seem like a very efficient job, right? So since there are so many subcategories, if there are only 3 or 4, we could have set the subcategory colors. But again, setting so many colors doesn't seem right. You can do that, obviously. We do have options here, but doesn't make much sense, right? Anyways, moving on. So we have clustered and line chart, right? So on the x-axis, we have categories. So let's again search for categories in field. So let's search for category name and push this to shared access. Everyone following so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Now we want the column values, right? The column values were
Sir,
orders.
which visualization was this?
This one, line and clustered column chart.
Okay, sir.
Select this, drag product category name in this visual, right? Now we want orders. So search total orders. So we have total orders. Drag that to column values. Now mind well, we have two things here. We have column series and column values. We don't want column series here. We want column values. So we'll drag total orders to column values. So we have some information over here, right? We also need previous month's orders. So we'll search for previous month. We'll drag previous month order just above total orders. So we have this visual ready, right? So far so good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll wait for some time to hear a few more calls.
Yes, sir, it is done.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, great. Now what I want you to do is we have line value section here. We want a line there. So that is profit, right? So I'll search for total profit. Total profit, take total profit and drag it to line values. So immediately what we have is line over here showing the profits. Now, one thing what I told you is we want the I mean the percentage of grand total, right? Out of the total profit that is coming into the company, how much percentage of profit that bike is bringing. So for that, if you come here in line values, total profit, and click on arrow over here, you will see an option over here, show value as. There you can, there is currently no calculation, but you can select percent of grand total. Select that. And what immediately will happen is you will see the secondary axis change from the normal profit amounts to percentage. So this will be giving us the amount of percentage of profit that each category is bringing in. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's see uh, the original visual, what we are missing. So as you can see, there is no line over here, right? A line doesn't make sense because line is always related to a trend. That means, when it is showing a timeline with respect to dates, but we don't have dates here. So a line visual doesn't make really sense. So I'll just create a dash over here instead of line. So this can be done using formatting. Okay, I'll show you how. You just follow my cues. So, and also one more thing that we have here, we have the percentage of profit that is brought by each of the categories. So we want data labels for profit, but we don't really want data labels for orders, right? Because that is understood. You can also go over there, hover over there, and that will tell you the amount of orders. We just want this, the profit in data labels. So let's try to do that. So coming to this visual, I'll select this visual and then come to format pane again. So format pane, consider this as your friend. Like this will, you will be spending most of your time in format pane where things are going. So we do have this here. All right. So what I want you to do is uh, come to shape here or else directly search for shape. So we have this line here, right? So over here, what you can do is, play around with the stroke width, type of line. There is dashed line, dotted line, and then solid line. But we don't want this line at all, right? So I'll just reduce the stroke width to 0, right? The line has gone, but it's just not visible. There is one thing that you still need to do. So we don't have line now, but we can turn on the markers. So there is this markers option just below the shape. Once you select this, turn this on, you will get this bubbles over here. Now simply what you need to do is, in the markers section, there are many markers that you can select: cross, square, triangle. Now instead of those, just select this dash. So we have a dash here, right? And then what you can do is increase the size of the marker. So 10 is the highest size that we can create. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so we do have marker over here. Only one thing remaining is data labels, right? Now search for data labels. We have data labels here. Click on turn this on. So we immediately have many data labels. This is cluttering our chart, right? We don't need data labels for the orders. So you can individually turn them off and just keep the profit data label on. So you can do that. You can certainly do that. Uh, in this data label section, apply settings to. Currently it is all. But what I need you to do is select previous month order, and under this show data labels, turn that off. And then also select total orders, show data labels, turn that off. So we just have data labels for profit, right? Now if I come down, again, we have a background here. We can play around with the transparency here. I'll just select a darker color. Okay, this seems to be the wrong formatting. Okay, the reason this is happening is I have still selected total orders here. So instead of total orders, now select grand total of total profit. Over here, if you come down and select the background, just select this, and then you can play around with transparency a bit. So just select this as some of the options, and you're good to go. So far, so good. I'll wait for some time for you to finish this, and
Yes,
then
sir.
maybe we can continue. Everyone follow?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll wait for some more calls.
Sir, we can remove that name also,
Yeah,
title.
good call, good call. We can remove that certainly. So come to title, uh, and remove the title from there. It's all good there. One more thing that I want you to do is come to format pane. Uh, Turn the secondary y-axis on, and then in the secondary y-axis, there is this option align zeros. Turn that on. So what this will do is align the 0K with 0%, so that we have
So can
this good. Yeah, I'll repeat that again. Sorry.
yes, sir. This step.
Hello?
Yes, sir. This align axis you're telling. Repeat that
Yeah.
one.
Select this visual, secondary axis, turn that on, and then align zeros so that we have 0, 0 mapping over here. Right? So far, so good.
Sir, again, sir, again.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
So from the selecting that this visual after we have to go to align axis.
Yes. All good there? Do you want me to show that again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Select this visual, go to format pane. So we have x-axis here, that is the category name. We have y-axis here, that is on the left, and then the right axis, that is secondary y-axis, right? The second y-axis. I wanted to turn that on. That was technically off, but you turn that on, and then inside the secondary y-axis, there will be align zeros. I wanted to turn that on.
Okay, sir, got it.
Okay, cool. So we have this now, all right? Almost very close to what we have here, correct? So
Yes, sir.
let's come to this. And there is one last thing that is remaining on this page, that is the table visual. Now let's create this table visual here. Let's first of all see what are the categories here. So one thing that we have here is product name. Then we have previous month's order, total orders versus previous month, total profit, a return rate. So all of this measures here, right? So we'll try to create this information there. Now, there is one more thing that we can do with this visual. Okay. Now I want you to guess what we can do with this. So we have categories here, right? Then we have subcategories and we have products. Do you see a pattern here? Anyone seeing any pattern over here? Can you relate to something that I told you before with respect to this visual? So
So the
we
profit are increasing according to the Euro Pacific and like that.
no, that's fine. What I mean to say is
Sir,
uh,
hierarchy.
hierarchy. Exactly. So we do have a hierarchy here as well, right? We have categories that is the highest. Under categories, we have subcategories, and then under subcategories, we have product names, right? So kind of hierarchy there. So we can create a hierarchy inside this, right? Now, if I select this visual over here, this is just giving me as of information about category name, right? I can even, give more information on this visual and get more things in this graph. So if I search subcategory, there are subcategories in the subcategory table, right? So I want you to take subcategory name and drag just below category name, right? As of now, nothing would have happened, but I'll show you how you can view that information. One more thing that we want under subcategory is product name, right? Now search for product name. So we have product name in the product lookup table over here. Now drag product name under subcategory name. Still nothing happened. But what this allow us to do is drill down into the data, just like we did with this. So again, if I click down to drill down, I can click on accessories, and that will give me all the accessories that we have, along with the profits that they are bringing. Correct?
So can you explain from the hierarchy beginning?
Correct. So we do have a hierarchy here, right? We have categories, and under the categories we have subcategories, and under subcategories we have product names, right?
Yes, sir.
So what we are doing is we want that information as well in this visual, right? So what we can do is under category name we can bring in subcategory name and product name. So I did nothing but search for those subcategory name, dragged it here just below category name. Then I search for product name, dragged it just below subcategory name. The visual is the same, but the information that gives me is far more rich than this, right? So if I click on, let's say, bikes, it will give me which bikes are bringing how many profit. I can even get deeper into that and select mountain bikes or something like that. And that will give me all the information. So far, so good. Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to create that hierarchy?
Yes, sir.
Basically, a drill down. Drill down would be the right technical word to use for this,
Sir,
right?
actually clicking that visual, but nothing drill down option is showing.
If you click on this visual, you will be able to see these arrows, right?
No, sir, no such arrows is coming.
Sorry?
That arrow was and drill down arrow is not coming, sir.
Did you pull in the subcategory name and product name under category name?
Oh, oh no, no, not done. Okay, okay, okay. Okay,
So you first bring in the subcategory and product name under this, and then you will be able to see the hierarchy.
okay, okay, sir. Got it.
Any more doubts? Okay, so I'll move ahead with the next visual, that is table, right? We already saw how the table looked. So now let's click on the blank area, and then we have a table here, right? Out of all the preview, we have table here. So select table, and it automatically bring in this visual here. If I click on this table visual, I can bring in all the fields that I want, right? So the first thing that I want to bring in is product name. So if I search for product name, I can drag this into values. So we have all the products here, right? Now slowly and gradually we can build on this. So what else do we have here in this information? We have previous month order, total orders, order versus previous month. Let's bring that. So total orders, then previous month orders, right? Previous month order, total orders, and then orders versus previous month. So we do have that measure here, right? Orders versus previous month. So take that and drag it just below total orders. So we have three fields here. What else do we have? We do have profit here and return rate. I'll explain about this field later on once we drag that into the visual. Let's bring in total profit. So selecting this visual, search for total profit. Right. And then return rate, search for return. So you'll find there is a measure called return rate. So drag this just below total profit. So as of now, we have all the information that we want, right? But just in the number form, correct? So far, so good.
Yes, yes,
Okay, great. So do you want me to wait for everyone to complete this?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll continue when I hear a few more calls.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now coming back to the doubt that some of one had regarding the filters on this page. So let's say I didn't include latest month on the page level filter. I would have to come to each and every visual to select the latest month, right? But as of now, since it is a page level filter, everything is filtered to latest month. If you have not done this so far, then you can individually select each visuals. uh, you can select this visual and then come here, drag the latest month in this visual level filter so that the values match with this month. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So we do have the values here, right? Now let's work at the formatting for this table. So there are a lot of things happening in this table, right? It's a lot of great insights, a lot of good, conditional formatting going on. So we'll work on that, and the table style looks good as well, right? So we'll just work on the formatting now. So selecting this table, what I want you to do is come to Format pane, and then under Style presets, that is the very first option in Visual. It is default by nature, but you can choose any of this, right? So there are many options here: minimal, alternating rows. You can play around and see a lot of different types of tables. But my favorite is the sparse one. This is the one that I always use. You can, of course, change it as per your need, but this is one of the favorite that I have. So I selected this. So we have this table type now. Uh, and then few more things. We have conditional formatting going on, right? That is giving me extra information about things. So instantly by looking at this table, I can quickly gather information that uh, this three top ones had more orders than previous month. But the fourth category that we see, fourth product, has lower order than previous month. So just by looking at this, visual inside this table, it quickly gives me, good information, right? And also total profit, it gives me which one is bringing maximum profit with respect to bars. It's kind of progress. And then finally, return rate, that is actually showing me uh, how much the how much return rate was there. So if the return rate is high, the conditional formatting will show it accordingly. So we can do that obviously on our end. So let's come back here and then let's turn everything on over here. First of all, let's play around with this orders versus previous month. So selecting this, I want you to come to this one where we have the values here, this pane. And over here, we have all the fields, right? In this orders versus previous month, click on the arrow. And then this takes us to the one of the new features, that is conditional formatting, right? So select conditional formatting. And under there are multiple options, right? Background color that we saw for return rate, font color, we can set that as well. We have data bars that we really want here, right? So in this case, let's select data bars. All right. So we have the data bars here. I am not worried about the color of the bar as of now. So let's leave it to that. And then just select OK. So we immediately have this data bars. We'll later on change the colors as per the theme, right? So this is there. And then what we have here is total profit. How is total profit shown over here with the help of data bar as well, let's come to this. Under total profit. For those of you who did not understand the first step, I am doing the same step again on total profit. So selected the arrow on total profit, conditional formatting, and data bars. Right? I just selected OK. So we have the bars here. The reason you are not able to see all the bars is because it is not sorted by this. So in this table, you can also sort these fields, right? So the best thing that I would like to do is see the total profit, who is bringing the maximum profit. So I'll sort this in descending order as per the total profit. So the products with highest profit will be shown first. So far, so good.
Sir, can you explain the last step?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you select the table in the visual pane over here, can you see these options? Can you see these fields under the values? And can you
Yes,
see
sir.
total profit here? So can you just click on this arrow and click on conditional formatting? So we have a host of different options, right? So here what
Yes,
we
sir.
want is data bars. So select data bars. And then everything else is OK. Click on OK. So you'll have data bars here. And then you can sort this entire table as per total profit. It's up to you how you want to show the data. You can also sort this as per the return rate or something else. But what I really want is for the manager to see the most profitable products. So that is the reason I have sorted the entire thing with respect to total profit. Last but not the least, the return rate. Let's again come to return rate, conditional formatting, background color. Right. Um, over here again, as of now, I am not setting the colors. We'll do that while we are formatting the entire report. So let's just click on OK. So this has formatted the return rate as per the colors, right? So you'll see that not all of the products has the values there, right? This is because not all of the products were returned. There are many products that don't have any return rate this month. So that is the reason you can see a blank here. And by immediately looking at the values here, you can figure out that which are the products with highest return rate. For example, this over here has 17.65% return rate. So that is the reason it's highlighted in blue, dark blue. So similar, uh, this is the case. So everyone following so far?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. So we have reached a considerable amount of progress with respect to report. We have created all the visuals in this particular tab, right? Now let's work at one more thing, that is this. This is some kind of play button, right? Kind of an animation. So let's bring that into our report. So there was one question that I had with respect to this. I need volunteers. So can everyone see this yellow logo over here with play access
Yes,
in
sir.
their table?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
great. So I was not really sure because this is a custom visual. So I was not really sure when I shared the file if that particular custom visual came with that file or not. So this is not the default visual. This is a custom visual that I imported. That is the reason I was not sure whether this visual will be there in your files or not. So this is a custom visual. I'll show you how to import a custom visual. So all of these are the default ones, right? But I want something apart from that. I want a custom visual. So there is an option called get more visuals here. And as I click on get more visuals, that will take me to a store kind of page. So where we have a lot of different type of, custom visuals. You can look at this, in your own free time and see, how these are, and you can import any of the visuals you want. But for this case, I have already imported that. If I just search for slicer, this is the play axis. This is the visual that I imported, right? If I click on this, it will take me to this page where I can actually add this. So for those of you who cannot see this, can add that clicking this. Once you click on add over here, it will import that particular visual in your report. So just cool new hack. So since we already have this, I'll show you what this does. Okay. But before that, what I want you to show is what is a slicer. Okay. That is another topic that I wanted to cover in this report. So this is a slicer, right? Now I don't want you to, follow me. I just want you to see and look at what I am trying to explain, because we are not currently using this slicer in our report. I just wanted to show you the capability of that, right? So if I click on a blank area, and if I click slicer over here, that brings in a visual over here. And what slicer does is it's similar to filters, but that is a page level filter. I mean, it is visible in the report itself, visual pane. So for that purpose, I'll bring the calendar lookup over here. So let's say I want to give the functionality to the user to search for days. Since this is a month level report, there is not much one can do with respect to years or other months, right? We are just focused on the current month since this page is filtered to that. So I'll, what I want to see is I want to see the individual dates in which how the entire company performed. What I can do in this case is bring in the date visual in the field section, and this can immediately show me the date filters. So we have different type of filters over here. This is the range filter where I can change the range from 25 to 30 days, or else if I just want to see the first week, first to 7, so that will take me to the first week. Or else, there are many other options. If I click on this arrow, there are many other options here. I can select list. So this is the list type. So if I want to see the individual days performance in this month, I can click on 1, 2. Similarly, I can, look at any of the days sale, and every visual in this report will show that particular day's sale, right? Everyone got this?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
we have many other options. You can, explore this option in your free time. This is slicer. You can anyways come back to the recording and, get back to another features. So we have between and things like that. But as of now, for this purpose, what my manager really wants is in this particular month, he wants to, have a look at how each of the every single day performed in this. So for this, a particular slicer is, very cool. It is not part of the default visuals that Power BI provides, but it is definitely a custom visual built by the community. So it's available in the store. I imported that as I showed you. So I want you to follow me now. Click on any blank area. Click on this play axis, right? And just reduce the size of it to the top of the page, right? And finally, doing the same thing, dragging the day in the field section. So what this will do is create this visual with the day thing here, right? Now we already know it is a day, so we don't want the title, right? So let's just quickly come to the visual format pane and remove the title, right? So we have removed the title, and this is how it looks. So far, so good.
Sir,
Everyone following?
the last step, sir.
Last step as in I just removed the title from this visual.
Sir, can you please show the how we get the day part again?
Okay. I'll just remove this again. Click on a blank area. And over here, we have a custom visual play axis. Select this. We have this area over here where we can drag things. So in the calendar lookup, we have day over here. So just drag day into this visual and immediately we'll have this visual.
Okay, sir. Okay.
And what I did next is I reduced the size of it and I removed the title from that, since this is already giving me information about that. So far, so good.
So can you explain once more?
Sure. Click on any blank area, select play axis. Then in the calendar lookup, drag day into the field. That's it. So far, so good.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's move ahead. So we have this day over here as we wanted. Now let me show you the functionality of this. Once I click on this play button, what this will do is take the manager through the journey of how this month performed, the current month, right? So if I just click on play, it will basically, show different days data, and everything will be shown per day, right? And there is this added functionality in this where I can pause at any day. Let's say I wanted to check the 12th month, 12th day. So we have this data specific to 12th day. So we saw that the 12th day revenue was not good. Every single continent was in loss as compared to previous month. And all of this information we can see that, right? Then again, I can click on play. Now see, 14th day in this month was good for this company. Europe, Pacific, North America, all of the continents were in positive as compared to previous month, and everything is good, right? Less returns, orders were good, total revenue was good, and everything you can see here, right? So that's the functionality, and the table also filtered down to that particular day. So you can instantly see how much profit was generated, how much was the return rate, how much revenue, how much orders to that particular day. So you can try that out whenever you want. You can also manually click this when if you want to go through the days, right? So this is one very cool feature that I saw, and that is very useful when it comes to corporate and business. The business users seem to like this feature a lot. So that's there. Um, let's quickly come to where we are with respect to this. Now, only few things are remaining. We have the title and the logo. So I'll show you how to add a title. So over here, click on insert. We have home, insert, modeling view. Go to insert and text box. We have text box here. And then just start typing. Okay. So this is the monthly report. Monthly sales report. So just type that out. Select the whole thing. Select Arial. Uh, Size you can give anything, but I think 24 looks good. And then bold it out. That's it. And then you can bring this on the top of the page. All right. So far, so good. Everyone with me so far?
So can you show how did you add the title once more?
Okay.
Monthly.
So click on any blank area, come to insert, and then there is text box over here. All right. And then you can type it out and then set the font to Arial 24 bold. Let me know when you are done with this.
Sir, done.
Okay, good. I'll continue when I see more of the calls from everyone. Just give me a call when you are done with this. Okay?
Yeah, done, sir.
Yes, yes, sir, done.
Okay, so we are almost done with this page. Let's also change the name of the tab here. That is monthly sales report. Right. Uh, Now let's move on to the next tab. I'll be doing everything formatting design wise later on. Okay. So the next step that we have here is the product detail report. Okay, we'll start to create this report now. So as you can see, this gives us a very high level information about everything, right? The customers, the hierarchy uh, over here, continents, countries, and then its orders versus previous month. We have all this information, right? And specifically, this table is really important, right? Because being a product company, the most important thing to me is which products are doing good, right? So I want to analyze the products on a very deeper level. So that is the reason I created one more tab that is specific to product detail report. So what this tab is, it is specific to one particular product, right? So if by any chance the manager wants to see individual product level performance, he can select one of the products from here and see the information regarding that. So what we have here is we have orders trend, profit trend, and returns trend. So how much was booked this year, how much profit we made out from this particular product, and how much returns were made for this particular product this year. One more thing that you might realize is all of this information is monthly, but this particular tab has the entire year's information, right? So I kind of want to see the trend of how this product was selling, this year as compared to previous month, current month. So it kind of gives me an insight of seasonality that is occurring with respect to this product, right? So let's start creating this one. I want you to create another tab here. Click on this plus. It will take me to another page that is completely blank, right? Uh, Now what I want you to do is, there are many trend visuals here, but I particularly like this stacked area chart. So I want you to select this stack area and just drag it to entire region, right? And then what we'll do is we'll create one particular trend with one metric, and then we'll copy paste to make our job easy. So let's create one particular chart, and then we can recreate the other two. using copy paste. So first one, what it has is total orders, I think. Let me go back to this. So this is orders trend. So we have profit and returns as well. First, let's create orders. So we have this visual stacked area here, right? Uh, Now what I want is months, right? So I want you to drag month short. So this is a calculated column. Again, uh, you can look at the DAX later on, how I created this. So I basically, what I did is, I just wanted first three letters of that particular month. So I used a particular formula where I took the month name and just extracted the first three characters. So in that way, we have month short. So I want you to use month short and drag it to axis. Right? And then I want you to drag total orders to the values. Right? One more thing that that particular tab had was the data labels. So selecting this, go to format pane, data labels, turn that on. Right? So you have this data labels here. So either you can have this kind of chart where the data labels are here, or else you can select this chart as well, where the data labels are on top. Anything is fine. You can do this in this way as well, and you can go to format pane as well, where you can select the position of data labels. But just to make our jobs easy, I can select this visual as well, where the data labels are on top, on the edge. Right? So let us see what else do we have here. So since we have data labels for every specific month, I don't think there is a need for scale here, right? So we can remove the scale. Selecting this visual, I can come here. I can completely turn on y-axis, turn off y-axis. That will remove this, right? I also don't need the axis to tell me that it's order. It's already telling me in the title. So I'll just remove the title of the y-axis. So now we have a very clean trend chart. I just need to change the title. Come here to the main title and type it as order trend. Right. I'll wait for some time for you to finish this. Then we can move ahead. Just give me a call once you're done with this.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So we have order trend. Let's see how this is. So can you see that this particular report has only Jan to June? But if I look at our report, the data is Jan to December. Can anyone point out why this is the case? Any idea?
It is the previous year's data, sir.
Yeah. So what this currently has is all of the years data, right? We have 3 years of data, and 2016 and 17, all of the months have been passed, right? So that is the reason we have this months data. And if you look at this visual, that is only catered to current year, right? So the current year, as in current year, as in the latest year in that particular data model. So the data is only till 2017 June month. So that is the reason it's just Jan to June. So I can quickly do that on my own as well. So can anyone tell me what will be the good thing, what good type of filter to place here? Looking at this, should I go with page level filter, filters on all pages, or visual level filter?
Sir, page level, sir.
Perfect.
Page level.
So let's go ahead with
Filter.
this. I hope every one of you now knows how to set a page level filter.
Yes, sir.
So search for year and bring year to filters on this page and select basic filtering and then 2017. Right? So pretty close to what we have here. Right?
Sir, while selecting the year, there are many years option coming. So which year should I select?
Just the latest one, right? 2017.
Okay.
We just want the latest year's data, right? I'm not, really concerned about how previous year went, but I am really concerned about current year's performance. So I'll select the latest year, right?
Okay, sir.
So everyone following so far?
Yes, sir.
So now I hope everyone knows what to do next. Like, if do we want to create this 3 times or can we just copy paste this? So Control C, Control V 3 times, 2 times, so that we have 3 visuals, right? And you can just adjust this. See how easy it was to, create the same information again. Now, only thing that you need to do right now is select the second visual. Now we have one shot already here. I just need to change the values here, right? So if I just remove total orders and place total profit, drag and drop total profit in values and remove total orders, I'll have total profit. And only thing left here is to change the title. Right? Profit 10. And then finally, the third one, that was returns trend, right? Let me just change it right away. And then instead of total profit, total returns. Let me just drag that in the field instead of total orders. Right? So far, so good. And obviously, we can bring in this later on, the title. But as of now, let's just change the name of the page. Product detail report. Right? So far, so good, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Sir, for the
Okay.
second trend, sir, what is the value, sir?
Total profit.
Okay, sir.
Now, as you might see, the values are not matching, right? Even though the months are matching, the values are not matching. And it's pretty obvious because this trend is for the entire, all the products altogether, right? And in our slide over here, it's just for Mountain 200, Black 42. So there is some kind of feature that allows us to select the product. So that takes us to one more important feature here in Power BI. I want you to come back to the monthly sales report. Okay, now follow what I'm doing. But before that, I'll show you. If you right click on any of the product, uh, there is no option here as of now, right? I want you to show one another feature over here. So there is drill through here, right? So what I want you to do is in this drill through field, take product name and drag it to drill through. If you want to see where that is, I have clicked on the blank canvas, visualizations pane. In the very end, that is the very end of this, I'll drag product name to add drill through field here, right? In this way, there is a selection where I can, select any of the particular product, right? I can select this and see trends individually. But I don't want to manually do this. I want an interface, a kind of an app interface where a particular user clicks on a particular report, a particular product, and then it will take him to this particular report, right? So I have already added the drill through fields there, right? Now, only thing remaining is in product detail report, there is under drill through, there is this option keep all filters. You turn that off. I'll explain you why, but as of now, just turn that off, right? So in monthly sales report, if you come here and under the product name, if I right click on any of the products and click on drill through, there is an option, right? Drill through. And if I click on product detail report, it will take me to that particular product's performance. So as you can see, this particular option is selected now. So far, so good. Everyone following?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
So if by any chance, if I had selected keep all filters as on, what it would have done is, in this page, we have some filters, right? We have the latest month filter, right? So what this functionality does is, if I keep that on, and if I, drill through from this to this tab, it will take all the filters applied on that tab as well. So that will only give me that particular month's performance. That will only give me June month's performance. But that does not make me good, right? I won't be able to see other months' performance. Then no way of seeing the trend of the entire year. So that is the reason I told you to turn the keep all filters off. You can try keeping it on, and then you will see that you will be only able to see June month's data. So that is the reason I told you to turn that off. So all good here. Now only thing that I want to do is, as of now, the user is able to drill to that particular product's information, but there is no way of knowing that which particular product that is for the user, right? We are creating this for the end user. So for that purpose, uh, let us create some display information where that particular thing can be displayed, right? So I'll tell you what that is. This is a card visual. Select 1, 2, 3. There is a card visual saying 1, 2, 3. So select that and place it at the top of the page, just like this, right? Now what I want to do is display the product information, right? So I'll just search for product name again. I'll drag product name to the data field here. So immediately what that is showing me is that particular product's name, right? We can play around with this formatting later on, but as of now, this is the basic feature that we added, right? So I think we have pretty much created this,
Yes,
uh,
sir.
right? So this one is product mountain 200 black 42, and then over here mountain 200 black 42. Now if you see, the data figures will be matching to this, right? So all good there. Everything is done. We have created the basic structure of the report. Now only thing remaining is the theme of the report to create it, very in a very attractive way. So I'll take 2 minutes of break. You can just absorb all this information. I'll come back at 3:55, and then we can work on the theme. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Is everyone on the same page so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
sir.
Sir, can you
Yes,
So
sir.
sorry,
So the drill through thing, can you just repeat once more?
regarding what?
Regarding that, how to show this monthly sales report thing on this page. Like if you click on the product item, how are you getting this data? How are we making it
Okay.
into that thing?
Did you create this page from start to end, just like I created?
I could follow till like I turned off the filter that
Okay, okay, you turned off the filter. Did you create this card visual?
yes.
Okay. So, and did you add this product name over here in the drill through?
No, sir. Um, that
Now I want you to add a product name in this drill through.
yes, sir.
Okay. Uh, Now, if you come to monthly sales report, if you right click here, is this option available to you? Drill through.
Just once. Yes, sir.
So now you just have to do is click on product detail report, and it will take to that particular product's performance.
Yes, sir. Done. Thank you.
Done. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now a very important question to all of you. First of all, like when I actually anticipated and when I actually estimated the amount of time required for this workshop, I anticipated that it will take around 4 hours, 3 hours to complete everything. 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours. But like it took more time than that because of a lot of doubts from the users, and like I didn't anticipate so many doubts. So like we still have a few things remaining on this Just like one thing is the visual part, the UI part of this, and there are a few more functions available, like dashboards, bookmarks. So that might take about more half an hour or 45 minutes. So like I would like to ask all of you, does any one of you have a hard stop here at 4? Does anyone of you have any other commitments that you would like to cater? And Sayan, specifically to you, like, is it okay to extend, or do you want me to stop here, or what is it that you'd like?
So it's absolutely okay to extend. If the participants are willing to stay, then it's absolutely okay.
Okay. So the reason why I'm asking is the basic structure of the report is completed. The remaining thing is the UI part, design part, and then there are some additional advanced features in the Power BI that are really useful when you actually start using Power BI on a day-to-day basis. Those are some advanced features that will help you, uh, improve your skills even more. So that's the thing. So the question is up to you. Do you want me to do that, extending this?
Yes, sir. Surely.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. So now again, there is two things. The current visual looks like this, and the target that we have is to create something like this. Okay, this is a dark theme. Like I like this a lot, personally. But like if anyone else has some different design idea in their mind, they can obviously go ahead with that, right? Uh, they can start doing things in a different way. It's not necessary that you follow me after this, but you can think creatively and do things on your own. But if you want to create a similar professional look just like this, you can follow me over here, and then later on you can play around with different things, right? So let's start with the design process then. Okay, so the very first thing that I want you to do is come to view, and then themes. So Power BI has this functionality where we can select different kind of themes, and the whole report will change as per that. I think someone has unmuted their mic. Okay, that's good. So come to view page, then select on this arrow, and then there are many themes available in Power BI, but I don't want to use the default theme. I have actually researched on the internet and found out that there is a dark theme available. So I researched on the internet and brought this. So we have this theme available in the Power BI course files. I have already sent this to you. So select that particular JSON. It's a JSON file. Select this theme and click open. Let me know when all of you are done with this. And let me know if I need to repeat this information.
Please, sir, can you repeat it?
Okay. Just a second. Okay. So come to view. Click on this arrow. Are you following me so far?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Then browse for themes. Now go to that folder where you have saved all the files. So in my case, it's in Power BI course files. So there is this a theme, JSON theme over here. You need to select that. Can you find this theme over here?
Yes, sir. Got you.
Okay, and click on open.
Yes, sir. Done.
It will automatically import that theme in this, right? So now what we need to do is do some, design changes, color changes to make it very, aesthetic and visually appealing. So one thing that is missing from that particular thing, and one thing that every specific report should have, is company logo, right? So first, let us import that. So click on the blank area, select insert. So just like you inserted a text box, you can insert an image too. So come to insert, select image. And then you have two options here. One is the dark theme logo and one is the normal logo. For those of you who are experimenting with the normal theme, light theme, you can use this logo. And for those of you who are following me on this, you can select this logo. And then you can resize this logo as per your need. You can take this and then place that just like this. I slightly move this title to middle. I'll drag this logo here as well. Keep some space here. I'll explain you why. Are you following me so far? Were you able to import the image?
Can you
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now what I want you to do is, uh, I want you to copy the logo and this text box. If you want to select the text box, you have to click on the edge of the box. In that way, you can select that and select Control C, and then come back to this report and press Control V. Got it? And you can just bring this logo here. Actually, I would suggest to copy paste this and do the other way around so that the logo stays in the same place. Right? We just need to compensate for this arrow. That is the reason I placed this here. You can again take this. Right? Because arrow actually is a button that uh, allows the user to go back to that page. So we have the tab here, the logo, right? One more thing that we can see here is all of it is in black. So we have to format this. Select this slicer and then come to format pane. First of all, we have enable caption here. So caption is in black. Let's select this as white. So the day is in white now. And similarly, I want the buttons as well to be same color, white color. So all of this is white now. There is one more option available. If you want to click show all, so you can have multiple colors for different things. For example, for shop, you can have red. But just to go with the theme, I have turned this off and selected a common color. You can play around with the colors. All up to you. Everyone following
Sir,
so
can
far?
you show that? Sir, can you show that last part you have done with that day color?
Just select the slicer, go to format pane. In enable caption option, select this color as white. Got it?
Sir, 1 minute. White.
Done with that?
Yes, sir. I have selected white, but okay. One. Yes, sir. I have selected, but that black screen is black is coming, not to white. I can understand why.
Is the day coming in white?
Yes, sir. Day is coming in white, but other two
Okay.
buttons are not.
Yeah. For those, in the format pane, there is color section.
Okay.
Change that color to white.
Okay.
Sorry?
Okay, sir. Got it. Huh.
Okay. So we'll move ahead. One more thing that we want to change here is this. So I'll send you some colors from my notes for further on the chat section. So these are the hash codes. I'll tell you how to use that going forward. Okay. Uh, let's get back to Power BI. I want to change this, right? So light blue and then dark blue. And then sky blue as the dash color. So let's come here, select this visual, the column chart. Come to format pane again. Search for colors. All right. Now in the lines, there is colors. Grand total of total profit. Uh, more colors. And then select sky blue. Only the hash code of sky blue. Okay. Similar to that, we have columns here. In previous month order, we want light blue, right? So hash code for light blue is this. Let's come back to the visual. Previous month order, light blue. And for the dark blue, I have this hash code. Total orders, more colors. Everyone followed so far? You can, I'll just wait for you to finish this.
Sir, can you show that hash codes? I am actually doing in my phone.
Okay. So click on this visual, go to format pane, search for colors, and then select the color here. So in this, click on more colors, and there is hash code here, right? So replace that hash code with the hash code that I sent you.
No, so I am telling, sir, can you show that hash code you sent? I am doing in my mobile phone, sir. Okay.
Do you want me to share that in the chat?
Yes, sir. Oh,
It's
yeah,
already
you
showing.
have shared, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the rest of you, what you can start doing is adjust this columns. Start adjusting this columns to have more space. Right. And then finally, some few formatting options for this table. Are you following so far?
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you
Yes, sir.
tell the table part, sir?
Sorry.
The table part, what you told?
You just adjust this columns. So if you hover over it, you will see this adjusting icon. You can just drag this to adjust the columns to fill this space. And then finally, select this table, come to format visual, again, what you can do is search for column headers. In column headers, this is the color that I want to change. This looks very dull. Instead of this, let's select this color. You can look at this and then later make the change at your end. So just below white, we have this gray. I just selected that. And then instead of column, I have totals here. Similar to that, I'll change the background color to gray. So a bit brighter here. Let me know when you're done with that. We can move it then.
Sir, can you show that color changing part of the table?
Yeah. So instead of total, let's search for background. And then in background section, there is column headers here, right? Once you search background, there is column headers, background. So change the background to light gray. This one. And similarly, down you will see totals here. Similarly, change the values to light gray. Everyone following so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one more thing that we can do here is change the conditional formatting colors because it's not so appealing. So let's select this table and go to visual pane where we have the fields here, field pane. Select this table and then similar to how we set the conditional formatting, click on order versus previous month arrow and go to conditional formatting and data bars. Everyone following so far?
Yes, sir.
For the positive, select this one, this color that you see. And for the negative, select this color, right?
Okay.
So we have changed this color to match this colors. Again, for the total profit, I need this color, the darker blue. So I have sent the hash code. You are open to play around with colors, but this is just my recommendation of colors. In total profit, again, conditional formatting, data bars, positive bar, set the hash code as that particular one, click OK. So profit is here, right? And finally, return rate, conditional formatting. This time it is background color, right? So select on background color. Now for background colors, the lowest value uh, is lowest return rate, right? So that should be more towards, uh, let's say, black, right? More towards black. And then the highest value should be more towards red, right? So this is the red that we are using. So select this gradient as this. Let me know when you are done selecting this.
Can you show again, sir?
Okay. Select this table. Select on this arrow return rate. Are you following so far?
Yes, sir.
Conditional formatting, background color. Now the lowest
got it.
value should match the color of the page, that is black, and the highest value should match the color of red. And select OK. So this will give me some good colors here. So the highest return rate is now highlighted with the red, right? So one can immediately know which is the product with the highest returns just by seeing these colors. All right, everyone following so far? Everyone following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one more thing that we missed here is adding title to this. So this one really needs a title because we don't know if we are looking at the customer with highest orders or highest profit. So we need a title here. So select this customer and come to title and give it a title. So top three prof profitable customers. And then again center. Got it?
Yes.
So if you have followed the steps so far, I think your report should look like mine, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good, good, good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, one more thing that is remaining is to format the product detail report. So what the theme does is it changes the theme for every single page. So it does not change selectively, but change for every single page. So here what we need to do is change the colors of this trend, right? So as you can see in this final tab, we have dark blue, then green and red. You can paint it otherwise, but I'll just follow this. So dark blue, green and red. So let's come back to this. For this, select this visual, go to format pane, search color, and then in the color of lines, that is total orders, select this dark blue. Select profit trend, total profit. I want this as darker, I mean bluish green. And then finally the returns always should be highlighted in red, right? So I'm selecting this red. So far so good. You can do this on your end. And then finally over here, what I can do is some formatting options here. As you can see here, this is looking like a button. I mean, this is standing apart, right? I need my card visual to really highlight what it is showing. So I'll be making this formatting changes similar to this here as well. Select card visual. Everyone with me so far?
Yes, sir.
Select this
Yes,
card
sir.
visual. Go to format pane. First of all, turn the category label off. We don't need that. And then finally, search for color. So I need to change the color of the callout value, right? This is the callout value, right? So let me change this color to yellow. That is golden yellow. I have sent the hash code in the chat, right? Just copy paste that. You are open to try out some other things, but I really like this golden yellow here. And then finally, I'm changing the background color to something else. I kind of need some kind of uh, light black shade, just like this. Everyone following so far?
Yes, sir.
And I want a
Yes, sir.
border as well. So I'll select turn on the border here. Let the color of the border be this itself. It's okay. And then I want a rounded edge to make it look like uh, a, a good button. So selecting this visual, select border, search border, and then you have rounded corners option here, right? So you can take this to 20px, around 20px. That will give a nice round edge to that. And then finally, I can maybe change the size of this button. Um, let's change the size to 35 maybe. Looks good. Let's maybe on this. Looks good, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One more thing that is missing here is a section between the title and the visuals, right? We need some section here. So let me create that visual effect here. Come to this page, select a blank area and go to insert, and then select shapes, select line over here. You won't be able to see the line, but just selecting this, drag this, and make it really small so that it's just a line, and then drag that line throughout the page. So far so good. Were you able to enter the line here, insert the line?
Yes, sir.
And just maybe adjust this labels here to match.
Sir, how to color that line, sir?
Insert, go to insert,
Yes, sir.
click a blank area, go to insert and insert a shape here. From shapes, you can select line from here.
Now, how to color that line? That line is coming black.
No, it's actually light. What you can do is, let me insert one more line. So as of now, you won't be able to see this, but if you move this, you can see there is a line, right? So you just need to reduce the size of this to 0. Push this
Okay, sir.
to 0. And then once you see the line, just drag this throughout the page. All right. For those of you who have inserted the line, select the line, and then what you can do is over here, search for color. And what else you can do is turn the fill off, turn the border off as well, and just turn the shadow on, and turn the color of shadow as well. Maybe turn the border on. Everyone following? Okay. So instead of changing the shadow of style, change the shadow of effects. So there is this effect section where we have color here. You can turn everything off, everything else off. So see, we have this nice shadow over here that gives us a nice effect of distinction. And finally, uh, in the shadow, search for shadow. And over here, in effect section in the shadow, instead of position being bottom right, select bottom. Now you can push the line a bit up. Everyone following so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So once you are able to achieve this effect, Control C and Control V on this page. It will paste on the same position. Right.
Sir, can you show that how to change the color of the graphs of the previous page?
Color of the graph of the previous. This one?
Like, yes, sir.
That's pretty easy. Just select the visual, go to Format pane, search for colors, and in the lines, there is total orders. Change the color of the total orders.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Okay. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
So I think we have almost completed the formatting. Let me just come to this page and cross check. I think everything is done, right? So we have all of this information. And then finally, we have this information here. So everything looks good. Also the product detail report. If I come to this page here and compare, everything looks good. Same as that, right?
So that dotted line and the y-axis, there are some values missing. Here there are values.
Yeah.
Okay. It is shown that.
It's
Yes.
all up to you if you want to keep this axis, y-axis.
Yes.
For me, it didn't make really sense, so I just removed that.
Yes, sir, I understand.
That is obviously in this display. I didn't realize that is not needed before. So you can keep it if you want, but I don't think that's needed. This creates a much cleaner look, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you are developing things, it's always improvisation, right? You always find out new things when you are developing something. So I just found out while developing this with you. So maybe this is not needed. So I just removed that. So I think the display part of this is over. The design part is over. I think
Sir.
everyone has achieved similar results here. Yeah.
Sir, actually, while coloring that graph of previous page, two of them are done, and third one is not taking the color. I'm clicking again and not taking the color.
The returns one?
Yes, sir, the last one graph is not taking the color. The process you have told, I've done that. Going to the lines and
Just select this visual. Did you drag
okay.
total returns in values?
Total returns. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is dragged.
Did that? Come to format pane.
Okay, yes, sir, yes, sir, done. Color came, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I think we have completed this. Now let me just get to this. So all of it is finished. Let me just have a look at the things that are pending. In the meanwhile, you can play around these things, right? I really want you to explore these things on your own. I mean, you can do many things with this report. Let's say I just want to see things for Europe. If I just click this Europe, everything is catered to Europe, right? Uh, if I just turn this off, drill down. If I turn off the drill down, it will just tell me to select things. Let me select things. So if I click on Europe, it will give me the information about Europe, how much Europe has contributed towards the entire value, and similar to this. If I click on accessories here, as you can see, everything is catered to accessories. It will give me the total revenue, everything with regards to accessories, similar to bikes and clothing. And also one interesting thing here you can see is if I select accessories here, everything is filtered, and also this one. So under categories there are subcategories, right? So only subcategories that belongs to accessories are displaying here, and also products that belong to accessories. So you can play around the report in the meanwhile. You can see how this is catered. In the bike section, we only have 3 types of subcategories. So it is showing. It is also showing which of the subcategories are performing well in the categories of bike section. So this particular mountain bike has been performing well with respect to total profit and total orders, right? So you can play around this information in your own time and really get insightful information with regards to the report. In the meanwhile, let me just look at the information that is left. Grouping, aggregating data, basic charts and visuals, slicers, filters, drill in, calculated columns, measures. This too is remaining. Publishing and dashboard. Conditional formatting done. Bookmarks is remaining. Drill through is done. Interactions is remaining and managing. So 2 or 3 more things remaining. I'll quickly glance to that. That won't take more than 10 minutes, I think. Okay. So let's take it one by one. Uh, Let me come to this agenda. I'll show you this publishing and dashboard part later on. Let's look at interactions first and managing and viewing roles. So these are some advanced features of Power BI. Uh, Now what I want you to do is leave the system as it is and just follow what I'm saying here. You don't necessarily need to follow me here. Just look at what I'm doing. Okay. So these are just the extra features that we have. Um, so first thing is interactions. So let's say as of now, as I told you to look around this visuals, right, and see how things are changing, right, as compared to this. Let's say for some reason there is some need. For some reason, I don't want this subcategories to change as per this categories, or maybe I don't want the subcategories to change as per this countries. So as of now, if I select this, these are changing, right? Subcategories. So if I want to stop this interaction between these two visuals, I can do that. So if I just select this graph and come to format pane, click on edit interactions. So it will immediately show me the interactions of this visual to all of this, right? So I'm not really sure which this one is. Okay, let me just see. Let me select this, and uh, it is currently set to filter, right? I'll just turn that off, none. So let me just place this again in its place. And now if I keep on changing this, everything else will change, but not this one. So while you are working with the reports, you will encounter many situations where you don't necessarily want everything to change as per this, right? A good example of this is this one: top 3 profitable customers. Let's say I don't want to see the customers as per different regions. I want this page to show all-time top 3 profitable customers, no matter which accessories I select, or which bikes I select, or which clothing I select, or which continent I select. I don't want this information to change. In that case, what I can do is I can change the interaction. I can turn that off for every single visual. Everyone following me?
Yes, sir.
So that is a really cool feature. So if you want to, keep something stable and do not want that to change with respect to interaction, you can do that. So again, if I just, change that, I turn that off. Now everything is working. So that's it. You can also change this for revenue. Let's say this card visual, I need to show it for entire year and everything is month. So you can turn the interaction off and everything will be catered. Nothing will change with respect to card. That's there. Very important feature. I'm sure as of now you won't be able to understand the importance of it, but later on if you start developing things, this feature is really important. Let me say that. So that's one of the important features. Uh, Second one I'd like to display is manage roles. So if I come to view here, uh, let me see where that particular feature is. I guess it's in home. I can't see that. Okay, it's in modeling. Okay, so let's say this is a multinational company, right? So it's branded across Europe, Pacific, North America, and many other things. So many different kind of users will be using this report, right? Not only your manager, but someone from the European team will be viewing this, right? Someone from the North American team will be viewing this. So you don't necessarily want all of the information, right? A European manager is not concerned with all of this information. He just wants information catered to Europe. So in that case, you can create roles here. So over here, manage roles. You can always come to this recording to get this. I don't want you to repeat this information in your end, but just look at what I'm doing. Okay. So over here, you can create roles for specific things, right? So over here, I have created European regional manager, and uh, over here, I have come to AW territories lookup and selected continent as Europe using this expression. Once I have done that, uh, every single thing will be catered to Europe for this regional manager. Similar to that, we have North American regional manager where I have filtered the territories lookup to North America. Similar to that, over here, continent is Pacific. Similar to that, you can create a role at your end as well. Maybe you can select a country regional manager where you can come here, territories lookup and select country is equals to any of the countries you want from the data. You can do that later on. And finally, once you have saved this, you can, when you want to play around, you can use view as. And then as of now, I have not selected anything, but I want to just see the data as European regional manager and click on OK. So the entire information now is catered to Europe, nothing else. So he is just, concerned about his business. So everything is catered to European regional manager. So every single information is about him. So you can see this graph has changed just to Europe. And once I want to stop viewing this, I can stop viewing that. So cool way to, set up the view roles who will be using this report. So that's there. One good feature. One another important feature that you will be using a lot in Power BI is bookmarks. So let me explain you what a bookmark is. Uh, if you come to the view tab, there is this section called bookmarks, right? Select this bookmark. So over here, what you can see is, uh, let me just delete this. bookmarks. I don't need this. Okay. Let's just say you are working on this report and you have a presentation to give to the end users. Let's say it is regarding something, some specific thing of this report. Let's say it's only related to accessories. So once I drill down to accessories here, and then let's say it's related to accessories of Europe. I'll drill down to Europe. So we have this page like this, right? So let's say during the meeting, you don't want to manually go there and filter these things. You just want to save this view later on once you have the meeting, right? So this you want to take a screenshot of this view, but also want to keep it very interactive. Not just a screenshot, but an interactive screenshot. So in that case, what you can do is come here in the bookmarks pane, select bookmarks over here, click add, and then you can name this bookmark. Let's say for this one, accessories. So ACC Europe. So once I save this ACC Europe, I can keep it on my end. And then finally, let's say I can create one more tab here and insert a button, a blank button, let's say, right? And then format button, I can write some text here. Okay. So Europe, right? And then finally, I can provide an action to this, turn this on, and then type instead of back. We already saw that back button, right, over here. So similar to that, this is another button that is custom made. And for this purpose, we'll, give it bookmark option. There is also a drill through and other options. You can check that later on in your end. So there is this bookmark, and then I can select the bookmark as ACC Europe. So next time when, you can just select this, name this as bookmark. And later on, next time when you come to this report and when you are showing this presentation, you can simply come here to the meeting and then you can just simply click on this control click. So everything is catered to this. Now, even if, I change these things again, right? The view is changed now, right? If I just come to this bookmark and click on this, it will take me to that particular view. And then now I can play around with things just in this particular thing, right? I can select any of this and then go to drill through as well. So that's a very cool feature when you are presenting something. You will face this a lot when you are actually working in a corporate, and when you actually are concerned about specific, category, or when you are concerned about specific aspect of the report. At such times, this bookmark function really helps you a lot. So that's one of the important features. Did everyone get that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So that's one of the good features. Also, you could have, created a kind of an app here. If you want, have you seen a kind of a manual, a very front page that is, and then you can show two buttons over here, monthly sales report, product detail report buttons. And then instead of bookmarks over here in the action, what you can do is page navigation, and then you can assign a particular page to this. And that in that case, what it will show is it will kind of show a manual of all the tabs you have, and then the user can directly click on that button and it will take you to that particular tab. This particular function helps when you have a lot of tabs. And once you start adding the tabs, you won't be able to see all the tabs in the screen. But if you are able to create a page where you have all the tabs, you can, use that tab to navigate through this. So kind of you can create a navigation page using these buttons. So that's one other cool feature of this. So that's it. And finally, one last thing uh, I wanted to show you is the publishing part. So you have created all of this report and everything is functional, right? But this is specific to your Power BI app, right? This is offline. As of now, no other person can see this. So if you want everyone in your organization to see this report, a publish feature is there where this particular report is pushed to online website where anyone can come, anyone from the organization for whom you have assigned that permission can come to this report and, see the information that you want to show. So you can click on publish. Once I have saved the information, it will take some time. And then as of now, since this is just a trial version, uh, and this is my personal Power BI. So I just have my workspace. But once you start working in a company, you will be assigned various workspaces where you will be working in teams. So various teams have various workspaces where you can actually publish this report. So every single team has different workspace, and every single team will only be able to see their own workspace. That's that. So as of now, it's just my workspace. So I'll just click select. It will publish this to the website. Success. It took me to the online website. So this is the online website, right? So the same thing that you created is now pushed to the online website. And now you can, see this in full screen. And you can play around the data as well, right? So since the latest version of things was saved as that is the reason we saw the product categories. So mind well, when you are publishing the report, make sure it is set to default, right? So once you set this to default, save and publish. So you'll be able to see this view. And then later on, of course, you can play around with data all you want. And this is just, this can be used by any of the users, right? And then finally, I can drill through as well over here. And a back button. And then finally, we have the ACC use of navigation page.
Sir?
So all of this becomes like an interface, like an app later on. Any doubts so far?
No,
Sir,
sir.
we have to change the
Sorry?
sir, we have to change the second page title name.
Sorry?
In second page,
Second page. Yes.
we have to change the title.
Yeah. Good observation there. So let me come here. So let's just change this title, product detail, right? And also let's change this to navigation and change this text to you can add functionalities later on, but I'm just showing this for you. So this is the first page that the user will see. This is the second page. Everything looks good. And the product detail report looks good as well. So finally, I can republish this. I can save this and republish this. My workspace, select. So it will say, do you want to replace this data set? Replace. open. So it will take me to the website. So this is the standard view that the user will see. So kind of an app. You can click on monthly sales report. It will take me to this page. And then later on, if I want to check for a particular product, let's say Classic West, drill through product detail report. It will give me the information for Classic West. So all of this in a website in kind of a navigation, kind of an app interface. And one final thing, I'm sure every one of you have heard the term dashboard so far, right? This is
Yes.
one other buzzword that is very famous in the industry, and everyone would have thought that so far we have been creating a dashboard, right? I'm sure 90% of you would have felt that we have created a dashboard so far, right? But that's wrong.
Yeah.
We just have created a report. The technical term to name this is a report. Dashboard is something else. Let me tell you a difference between that. Dashboard is an integration of similar reports, right? This is one of the reports that we created, right? Uh, but there can be multiple reports in an organization, in a team. So if you want to combine all of the some of the best information from each of the reports in a single place where a person can come and see the all of the best information from the reports, he can create a dashboard for that. So dashboard is basically created for very high end users, the users that are generally at higher level, VP managers, uh, people like that who actually want to see combined information, the best information from all of the reports into a single page. So I'll show you how to create that very quickly. So here you can see we are in the online website. There is a functionality to uh, pin this visual, right? So let's say the best of the information in my report is first of all this card. It will ask me if I want to create a new dashboard. And let's say I am creating this dashboard for VP. So I'll name this as VP dashboard and I'll pin this. Later on, I can pin more things like that. I also want to pin this existing dashboard, pin returns, pin VP dashboard. And this table is really important for VP. Let me just pin this to existing dashboard. I don't want this Europe and this. Maybe I want this one. And from the product detail report, maybe I just want profits, nothing else. So these are the best visuals that VP is concerned about. He is not concerned about all of the tabs and all of the visuals. So now that I have pinned this, I can go to dashboard. So a new interface has been created for VP. So this is specific to him. Let me just come back to my workspace. Uh, you can see this is a new VP dashboard that has been created. I can play around with this. Again, I can set up this. So this is the dashboard that I'm making, right? I can actually change the interface very quickly. Very easy to do, right? And finally, some more adjustments very quickly. There we are. So all of the information combined in a single page for him to observe. Maybe I can, and if you click on the visual, it will take me to that report for deeper level insights, right? So I mistakenly selected that visual, right? So let me just resize this. Okay, that's okay. So this is the dashboard. I mean, a dashboard can contain visuals from one report, not only from one report, but it can combine information from multiple reports in the workspace, in the same workspace. So that's what dashboard is all about. And it has artificial intelligence as well over here. So if I want to know total orders of, let's say, total orders of bikes, it will give me the information. So it has artificial intelligence that helps me to give me all of the information. So the high level authorities don't really have much time to get into details. So in that case, what we can do is directly search for that question, and you will get the answers. Right. So this is the dashboard that we all hear about. It's just all of the reports combined into one. Many of the reports. So that's there. Uh, Let me come back to this, and finally the main page. Let me see if we have covered everything. Publishing and Power BI service, dashboards, bookmarks, interactions, and managing the interactions. So congratulations. So the workshop, I think, is culminated at this point, and I think I have covered pretty much everything. I know some of the information is still foreign to you, and I'm sure once you come back to the recordings and look at the same information again and keep practicing things, you will be very familiar to these things, and you will be easily able to create the reports on your own in no time. So what I have done is basically gave you a glimpse of end-to-end project implementation in Power BI. So of course there is a lot of things that is that comes down when you are actually implementing things, but that is always a learning path, right? Once you start doing this you will face new and new things, new and new problems, and you will start learning new things. So this is just the base, and I would recommend you to explore this data. This is data free of cost. This is public data, public company. So you can play around with this data, create new things, create new visuals for yourself, and try to push your creativity to display some new information as you need. So that's there. I would highly recommend you to after this workshop, come to Power BI and try to create some new measures, try to create some calculated columns, go try out the Power Query, try some new manipulations, create new visuals on your own, so that this is not just one workshop that you can remember. It is actually one skill that you learned, and it will not become a skill until you practice these things on your own. So I highly recommend to try all of these steps. Come to this recording later on and try to learn this on your own. That's there. Let me come to the presentation. I'll hand it over to you, Sam, at this point.
Yes, sir. So it was a great workshop, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. Even though I have done some parts of it before, I enjoyed it thoroughly even then. And uh, even what surprised me, what I was delighted by was we had people who were keenly observing what you were doing and asking rather good questions.
Yeah,
So
that was the best thing. I mean, I really appreciate the people who are really observing things and finding those loopholes. I really was glad about that, because that itself tells us that the audience was really observing the information that I was giving. So that is really a good thing, and nothing can be better for a teacher than this. I mean, that's really good. I'm glad.
yes, sir. So thank you so much for taking this session. We'll have like we don't really have many words to thank you, but we will soon have a post to thank you. So we will. So, and if anyone else has anything to say or ask, they can go ahead. Um, Anyone in the workshop? Anyone who attended it?
Sir,
So I guess.
how do you how do you choose what metrics to display on this report or dashboard? Because there's a lot of stuff to choose from. So how do you choose that?
And that ultimately depends upon the requirement that the business has. So as I told you in the start, where we had all the requirements from the manager, as I explained about the project. So it all depends upon the requirement that the manager gives. That's first thing. And then finally, it also depends upon, what kind of user is going to use that report. So if it, as an example I showed in the dashboard, a VP is going to use this information. So you only show the information that is really important to that VP, right? VP is not really interested in lower level sales, like sales in particular region. He is really interested in knowing the sales of continents because he is handling all of the businesses from a centralized position. So he's not really concerned what is happening in India or what is really happening in America, some city. He just is interested on the higher level information. So you only show him information that he is really concerned about. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay. So in that case, what I'll do is I'll basically give you my LinkedIn. I'm sure Sayan has it. I'll post it in the chat so that every one of you have it. So if in case if you are working on something, if you want some advice regarding something, if you have any doubts or moving forward, learning some things, you can always reach out to me on personal message in LinkedIn. If I see someone from your college, I'll definitely accept the invitation and will be glad to reach out to you, as I did to Sayan. He actually attended one of my workshops. So,
Yes, sir.
yeah, we came in contact via that. And definitely, I would say I would be open to help as far as I can. Even if you want, some industry advice or if you want some career advice, I'll be open to help. So, no worries about that. So you can connect me via this link I have posted in the chat. And good luck to you guys. I mean, I really hope that this information helped you in some way. And I really hope that this actually added some skill in your resume, and not only resume, but this actually added some skills to your portfolio. Moving forward, you can, use the skills in the industry later on.
Thank you, sir, for the
Yes.
insightful session. If anyone
Thank
has
you.
anything to say, then please do say, or we can, I guess, conclude the meeting here.
Thank you, sir, for your extremely helpful session.
No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhaiya.
Thank you, Bhaiya. And I'd like to thank you guys as well to spend your Saturday on this. And I know a lot of engineers and myself would not volunteer to sit on Saturday to learn something. I would always spend my weekends on, parties and stuff. But I really appreciate you guys, thinking more about your career and learning some new skills. So you are productively utilizing your time on this, and I really appreciate that. I don't think if I was in engineering, I would have attended any of the workshops. But that was the past. But obviously, moving forward, I understood the importance of these workshops, and I understood how much impact and information this workshops give. So yeah, too late for me, but it's too early for you. So all good there. So really hoping you reach that level that you really utilize this information later on.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So I guess we could conclude the session for today. We would love to connect to you like for further events or anything. And thank you for your help. Thank you for volunteering to spend your Saturday with us.
Yes,
No worries.
it was a very great session, sir. We got to learn so many things.
No worries. Just keep that information and make that information useful to yourself later on in your career. That would be my greatest achievement. I think teaching this to you, it should go to waste. It should be useful somewhere where someone actually uses this to go ahead in their career or do something that is very productive and do something that is useful to them. Anyways, it was a good session. Thank you all for attending. And looking forward to getting started.
Okay, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. I guess we should conclude the meeting here with your permission. Thank you then. I'll just end the meeting here then.
Right.
Bye everyone. Bye, sir.